Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never thought I'd be sharing this story with anyone, but I need to get it out of my head. It's been years since it happened, but I still can't sleep properly. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that room in Chennai, feeling like something is trying to rip my soul right out of my body. It started when I was 15. We lived in this old house in Chennai, and my room was at the back of the house where barely any light came in during the day. At night, it was like being trapped in a black hole. The darkness was so thick you could almost feel it pressing against your skin. My parents always said I was being dramatic about it, but there was something wrong with that room. I knew it from the moment we moved in. The first few weeks were just small things. I'd wake up feeling like someone had been watching me sleep. You know that feeling when you can sense eyes on you? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. I'd lie there in bed, completely still, too scared to move because I was convinced that if I opened my eyes, I'd see something standing right next to me. But then it got worse, much worse. I started waking up at exactly 3 in the morning every single night. Not 3:05, not 2:58, 3 o'clock on the dot. And it wasn't like a normal wake-up where you're groggy and confused. I'd snap awake like someone had just screamed in my ear, my heart already racing before I even knew why. The first time the paralysis happened, I thought I was dying. I woke up at 3 a.m. as usual, but I couldn't move, not even a finger. My whole body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, pinned down by some invisible force. I tried to scream, to call for my parents, but no sound would come out. It was like my voice had been stolen. That's when I saw it. A shadow standing right beside my bed, just darker than the already pitch-black room. It didn't move, didn't make any sound. It just stood there, and I could feel it staring at me. I tried to pray, repeating every prayer I'd ever learned in my head, begging for it to go away. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I could finally move again. The shadow was gone. I told my parents the next morning, but they just said it was a bad dream. Sleep paralysis, they called it. Completely normal for teenagers, but they didn't understand. This wasn't some textbook sleep paralysis. This was something else entirely. It kept happening. Every few nights, I'd wake up paralyzed with that shadow standing over me. Sometimes it was at the foot of my bed, sometimes right next to my head. Once, I swear it was leaning over me, so close I should have been able to feel its breath, but there was nothing. Just that overwhelming sense of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. But the worst part hadn't even started yet. About 2 months after the paralysis began, I started hearing the sound. It would happen during the episodes when I couldn't move. At first, it was like a distant humming, almost like an air conditioner running in another room. But then it got louder and closer, until it sounded like a massive fan was spinning right next to my ear. The sound was so loud and violent that I thought my eardrums were going to burst. And then came the pulling sensation. The first time it happened, I genuinely thought I was going to die. The fan sound was roaring in my ears, and suddenly I felt this incredible suction, like I was being pulled into a vacuum cleaner. But it wasn't my body being pulled. It was something inside me, something that felt essential, like whatever makes you you was being yanked out through my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. All I could do was lie there while this thing tried to pull my soul right out of my body. The sensation was so intense that I knew if I didn't fight it, if I didn't somehow break free, I wouldn't wake up the next morning. My parents would find an empty shell in my bed. I learned to fight back by screaming internally, using every ounce of willpower I had to force my body to move. Sometimes I'd manage to jerk my arm or kick my leg, and the whole experience would shatter like glass. Other times, I'd have to concentrate on just opening my eyes or moving my mouth until finally my body would listen to me again. The shadow was always there during these episodes, standing perfectly still while whatever was happening to me played out. I started to think it was waiting for something, waiting for the moment when I couldn't fight back anymore. My parents were getting worried because I was barely sleeping. I'd stay awake as long as possible, drinking coffee and energy drinks, anything to avoid going to bed. When I finally passed out from exhaustion, the episodes would be even worse. The shadow seemed angry that I'd been avoiding it. I started sleeping with every light in the room on, but it didn't matter. The shadow was darker than darkness itself. I could see it clearly, even with the lights blazing. I tried sleeping in different positions on the floor, even with my head at the foot of the bed. Nothing worked. 3 a.m. would come, and I'd be paralyzed with that thing looming over me while something tried to rip my soul away. The night that changed everything happened about 4 months after it all started. I was so exhausted from weeks of barely sleeping that I begged my sisters to let me sleep on the floor in the living room with them. They were having one of their sleepover nights, and I figured maybe being around other people would help. I fell asleep between my 2 sisters on the floor, feeling safer than I had in months. For the first time in forever, I slept deeply. No waking up at 3 a.m., no shadows, no terrible pulling sensation. It was the best sleep I'd had since the whole nightmare began. I woke up naturally, feeling more rested than I had in ages. I stretched my arms above my head, finally relaxed. But when I turned to look at my sisters to see if they were awake yet, my blood went ice cold. I could see myself sleeping on the floor. My own body was lying there, eyes closed, breathing slowly, completely unconscious. But I was awake, standing a few feet away, staring at myself. I looked down at my hands, and they were translucent, like I was made of smoke. I tried to speak, but no sound came out. I tried to touch my sister's shoulder, but my hand passed right through her. I was outside my own body, and I had no idea how to get back in. That's when they appeared. 8 garden gnomes, each about 2 feet tall, came walking into the living room like they owned the place. But these weren't cute decorative gnomes. They were twisted and wrong, with sharp features and eyes that gleamed with malicious intelligence, and each one was carrying a knife. They arranged themselves in a circle around my sleeping body, looking down at it like they were deciding how to carve up a turkey. One of them, slightly taller than the others, looked up at me and smiled. Its teeth were tiny and sharp, like a shark's. "Finally," it said in a voice like gravel scraping against concrete. "We've been waiting so long for you to separate yourself. Now we can have some real fun." The others started laughing, a horrible chittering sound that made my skin crawl even though I wasn't sure I had skin anymore. They raised their knives, and I realized they were planning to do something terrible to my body while I was trapped outside it. I tried to scream, to warn my sisters, to do something, but I was completely helpless. The gnomes began moving closer to my sleeping form, their knives glinting in the dim light from the hallway. That's when pure panic took over. I focused every bit of energy I had on getting back into my body, screaming internally just like I did during the paralysis episodes. I threw myself toward my sleeping form, trying to dive back into it. I woke up gasping, still lying on the floor between my sisters. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I sat up and looked around frantically, but there were no gnomes anywhere. My sisters were still fast asleep, completely undisturbed. But I knew what I'd experienced wasn't a dream. Dreams don't feel that real. Dreams don't have that kind of crystal clear detail. I had actually been outside my body, and those things had actually been there, planning to do something horrible to me while I was defenseless. I never slept in that house again. I mean, I couldn't avoid it completely since I lived there, but I never really slept. I'd doze fitfully for a few hours at a time, always waking up before 3 a.m. If I felt myself getting too drowsy, I'd force myself to stay awake until morning. My parents eventually took me to a doctor because I was so exhausted all the time. The doctor said I had severe insomnia and prescribed sleeping pills, but I refused to take them. The last thing I wanted was to be drugged unconscious and unable to fight back against whatever was trying to get me. The episodes in my room continued, but I got better at breaking out of them quickly. I'd feel the paralysis starting and immediately begin my internal screaming, forcing my body to respond before the pulling sensation could really take hold. The shadow was always there, and I got the impression it was frustrated with me, like I was spoiling some plan it had been working on for months. Looking back, I think that night with the gnomes was some kind of test or trap. Maybe if I hadn't fought my way back into my body, I would have been stuck outside it permanently. Maybe those things would have done something to my physical form that would have made it impossible for my soul to return. I don't know for sure, but the thought keeps me awake at night, even now. I moved out of that house as soon as I turned 18, and the episode stopped immediately. No more 3 a.m. wake-ups, no more shadows, no more feeling like something was trying to steal my soul. It was like whatever had been tormenting me was tied to that specific place. But sometimes, late at night in my new apartment, I'll catch a glimpse of something dark in my peripheral vision. Just for a split second, like a shadow that doesn't belong to anything in the room. And I'll get that same feeling I used to get in Chennai, like something is watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I never sleep completely dark anymore. There's always a light on somewhere in my apartment, and I never ever let myself fall into a deep sleep. I've trained myself to stay somewhat alert, even while resting, ready to fight if something tries to grab hold of me again. People think I'm paranoid, but they didn't experience what I went through. They didn't feel their soul being pulled out of their body night after night. They didn't wake up outside themselves to find twisted creatures planning to do unspeakable things to their defenseless form. I know it sounds crazy. I know most people would say it was all sleep paralysis and nightmares, that my teenage brain was just playing tricks on me, but I felt everything. The pulling sensation, the weight of that shadow's gaze, the cold intelligence in those gnomes' eyes. It was all completely, terrifyingly real. And sometimes I wonder if it's not over. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that room in Chennai is still looking for me, waiting for the right moment to finish what it started. Because the truth is, I don't think I ever really escaped. I think I just postponed something that was always meant to happen. The worst part is not knowing what it wanted. Was it trying to kill me, possess me, take my soul somewhere else? I have no idea, and that uncertainty is almost worse than the experiences themselves. At least when it was happening, I knew what I was fighting against. Now I'm fighting shadows and memories and the constant fear that it might start again. I've done research over the years, trying to find other people who've had similar experiences. There are plenty of sleep paralysis stories online, but nothing quite like what happened to me. Nothing about the soul-pulling sensation, or seeing yourself from outside your body, or encountering creatures while in that state. Either it's incredibly rare, or people who experience it don't survive to tell about it. That thought doesn't help me sleep any better. I still live in fear of 3 a.m. Even though it's been years since I lived in that house, I still wake up around that time most nights. My body seems to remember that something terrible used to happen then, and it refuses to sleep deeply during those hours. I'll lie awake listening for sounds that don't belong, watching for shadows that move on their own, waiting for that familiar feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. The funny thing is, I was never really a believer in supernatural stuff before all this happened. I thought ghosts and demons were just stories people told to scare each other. But when you experience something like what I went through, When you feel your soul being literally pulled out of your body, you can't deny that there are things in this world that we don't understand. I just hope I never have to understand them any better than I already do. Because whatever was in that room in Chennai, whatever was trying to separate my soul from my body, I don't think it was done with me. I think I interrupted something that was supposed to happen, and someday it might come back to finish the job. Until then, I'll keep the lights on and try to stay awake when 3 a.m. rolls around, because now that I know what's out there in the darkness, I'm not sure I'll ever feel safe sleeping in the dark again. Some experiences change you forever, and this was one of them. I'll never be the same person I was before that first night when I woke up paralyzed with a shadow standing over my bed. That innocent 15-year-old who complained about his dark room is gone, replaced by someone who knows that there are things in this world that want to do terrible things to us while we're at our most vulnerable. And the scariest part, I don't think I was special. I don't think I was chosen for any particular reason. I think I just happened to be sleeping in a room where something dark had decided to make its home, which means it could happen to anyone, anywhere, at any time. Sweet dreams. Story 2. I'm still shaking as I write this, and it happened 3 weeks ago. I keep telling myself it was just my imagination, that the rain and darkness played tricks on my eyes. But my dad saw it too. Same exact spot, same time of night. And now I can't even look at that wall without getting goosebumps. Let me start from the beginning so you understand why this whole thing freaked me out so much. I live in Chennai, in this old house that belonged to my grandmother. The place has to be at least 60 years old, maybe older. It's got these thick walls and high ceilings that make everything echo, especially at night. The yard is pretty big, surrounded by a concrete wall that's about 11 feet high. During the day it feels normal enough, but something about this place changes after dark. It gets heavy, if that makes sense. Like the air itself becomes thicker. 3 months ago, I found this stray cat near the local market. She was tiny, probably only a few months old, all black except for this little white patch on her chest. She looked half dead from hunger, so I brought her home. My parents weren't thrilled about it, but they let me keep her after I promised to take care of everything. The thing is, this cat has weird habits. During the day, she's perfectly normal. Sleeps in sunny spots, plays with her toys, follows me around the house like a little shadow. But at night, she gets restless, really restless. She'll wake me up by meowing right next to my ear or pawing at my face, always wanting to go outside. At first, I thought it was just normal cat behavior. Cats are nocturnal, right? So I'd get up, usually around midnight or 1 in the morning, and let her out into the yard. She'd run straight to the back corner near the big wall and just sit there, staring up at something I couldn't see. Sometimes she'd make these low, growling sounds, like she was warning something to stay away. But here's the thing that really bothered me. Every single time I'd stand there watching her, I'd get this overwhelming feeling that something was watching me back. Not just the usual paranoia you get when you're alone in the dark. This was different. This felt like there were actual eyes on me, studying me, following my every movement. I'd scan the yard, looking for anything that might explain the feeling, maybe a neighbor's security camera or someone looking over the wall. But there was never anything there, just darkness and that constant sensation of being observed by something I couldn't see. The whole thing got worse because of our neighbor. There's this old woman who lives in the house next to ours, probably in her 70s, maybe older. My mum told me she's into tantrism and all sorts of spiritual practices. Every single day, usually in the late afternoon, she comes out to her front yard and starts screaming at something. I'm not kidding about this. She'll stand there for 10 or 15 minutes, yelling in Tamil at what looks like empty air. Sometimes she throws water around, sometimes she waves her arms like she's trying to chase something away. My parents always told me to just ignore her, that she's harmless and probably dealing with some kind of mental issue. But after I started feeling watched in our yard at night, I began paying more attention to what she was doing. She wasn't just randomly screaming. She was looking at something specific, always in the same direction. And that direction was toward our house, specifically toward the back wall of our yard, where my cat would sit and stare. This went on for weeks. Every night the cat would wake me up wanting to go outside. Every night I'd feel those invisible eyes watching me. Every day the old woman would scream at something I couldn't see. It was like living in some kind of routine nightmare, where nothing bad actually happened, but everything felt wrong. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday, I think. Maybe Wednesday. The exact day doesn't matter, but I remember it had been raining for 2 days straight. Not just light rain, but heavy downpours that flooded the streets and kept everyone inside. My cat hadn't been out to the yard in all that time because every time I'd open the door, she'd take one look at the rain and back away. By the second night, she was going absolutely crazy, pacing around the house, meowing non-stop, scratching at the door. I felt bad for her, but there was nothing I could do about the weather. I kept telling her she'd have to wait until the rain stopped. Finally, around 11:30 that night, the rain let up. It didn't stop completely, but it went from a heavy downpour to just light drizzle. The cat immediately ran to the back door and started pawing at it, making these urgent little chirping sounds she only made when she really wanted something. I was exhausted and just wanted to sleep, but I figured I'd let her out for a few minutes so she could do whatever cats do in the yard. Maybe then she'd settle down and let me rest. I opened the door and she shot outside like a bullet, running straight toward her usual spot near the back wall. I stood in the doorway watching her, not wanting to get wet, and that's when I noticed how different everything looked after the rain. The moon was almost full, and with all the clouds finally clearing, it was casting this bright, silvery light over everything. The wet surfaces were reflecting the moonlight, making the whole yard look almost luminous. It was actually kind of beautiful, much brighter than usual for that time of night. The cat reached her spot near the wall and immediately started making this sound I'd never heard from her before. It wasn't a meow or a growl. It was more like a chattering noise, like when cats see a bird they want to catch. But there was something urgent about it, almost panicked. I called out to her, trying to get her to come back inside, but she ignored me completely. She was focused on something against the wall, making that weird chattering sound and backing away slowly. That's when I realized I needed to go get her. She was acting too strange, and I didn't want her to run off or get into some kind of trouble. So I grabbed an umbrella from beside the door and stepped out into the drizzle. The ground was soaked and muddy, and I had to be careful not to slip as I walked across the yard toward her. The whole time, I kept getting that familiar feeling of being watched, but it was stronger than ever. It felt like whatever was usually observing me from a distance had moved much closer. As I got nearer to the cat, I could see she was staring at something on the wall, still making that chattering noise, but now mixed with low growls. Her back was arched and her tail was puffed up like a bottle brush. She was terrified of something, but she wouldn't run away. It was like she was trying to warn me about something. I was about 10 feet away from the wall when I finally saw what had her so spooked. There was a dark stain on the concrete, about the size of a dinner plate, maybe 4 feet up from the ground. At first, I thought it was just water damage from the rain, but as I stared at it, I realized it was too dark, too uniform. It looked almost like someone had thrown black paint at the wall. But here's where it gets crazy. As I'm standing there, trying to figure out what this stain is, it starts to move. Not flowing like liquid, but spreading upward and outward like it's alive, like it's growing. I froze completely. My feet felt glued to the ground. I couldn't move, couldn't even blink. All I could do was watch as this dark stain expanded across the wall, getting bigger and bigger until it wasn't just a stain anymore. It was a figure, a human shape, but massive, way bigger than any person should be. It covered the entire wall from the ground all the way up to the top, which had to be 11 feet high at least. The shape was perfect too, like a giant shadow of someone standing with their arms at their sides. But it was so dark, darker than anything I'd ever seen. Even with the bright moon reflecting off all the wet surfaces, this thing seemed to absorb light instead of reflecting it. The most disturbing part was how clearly I could see it. With all that moonlight, the whole yard was pretty well lit. But this figure stood out against the wall like it was cut out of pure darkness. It was so black that it hurt to look at, like staring into a void. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like forever, but it was probably only 20 seconds or so. My whole body was locked up with fear. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even think clearly. All I could do was stare at this impossible thing covering the wall of my backyard. The cat suddenly let out this horrible yowling sound and bolted past me toward the house. That finally broke whatever spell had frozen me in place. I turned and ran after her, not looking back, not caring that I was slipping in the mud and getting soaked by the rain. I made it to the back door and slammed it shut behind me, turning the lock, and then just standing there gasping for breath. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. The cat had disappeared somewhere into the house, probably hiding under a bed. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the living room with all the lights on, too scared to go to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see that giant shadow figure covering the wall. I kept telling myself it had to be some kind of optical illusion, something to do with the way the moonlight was hitting the wet wall. But I knew what I'd seen, and it wasn't natural. When my parents woke up the next morning, I tried to tell them what happened. My mom just said I'd been having nightmares and needed to get more sleep. My dad listened but didn't say much. He just nodded and went about his morning routine. But later that afternoon, while my mom was at work and I was in my room trying to study, my dad knocked on my door. He came in and sat down on my bed, looking more serious than I'd seen him in a long time. Then he told me something that made my blood run cold. He said he'd been awake the night before, around 2:30 in the morning, because he'd heard a loud noise in the backyard. Something like a heavy object hitting the ground. He'd looked out his bedroom window, which faces the back wall, and he'd seen something moving near that exact same spot where I'd encountered the shadow figure. He described it as a dark shape that seemed to separate itself from the wall and then disappear completely, like it just melted into the ground. He said it happened so quickly that he'd convinced himself he was just seeing things, but after hearing my story, he was certain we'd both seen the same thing. My dad isn't the type to make up stories or believe in supernatural stuff. He's an engineer, very practical and logical about everything. For him to admit that he'd seen something unexplainable really shook me up. We went out to the backyard together that afternoon to look at the wall. In the daylight, everything seemed normal, just a regular concrete wall with some water stains and discoloration from years of weather. But when I showed him exactly where I'd seen the shadow figure, his face went pale. He pointed to some marks on the wall that I hadn't noticed before. They weren't obvious unless you looked closely, but there were these dark streaks running vertically along the concrete, like something had been pressed against it for a long time. The marks were roughly in the shape of a human silhouette. Since that night, everything has changed. The cat refuses to go outside after dark. She'll pace around and meow like she wants to go out, but the moment I open the back door, she runs in the opposite direction. During the day, she's fine in the yard, but she won't go near that back wall anymore. She'll get within about 10 feet of it and then stop, like there's an invisible barrier she won't cross. The old neighbor woman has gotten worse too. She's still doing her daily screaming routine, but now she does it twice a day, once in the afternoon like always, and now again late at night, usually around 11 or 12. I can hear her from my bedroom, yelling at whatever she thinks is there. I've been too scared to go out into the yard at night since it happened. My parents think I'm being ridiculous, but I can't shake the feeling that thing is still there, waiting. Sometimes I look out my window at night. And even though I can't see anything unusual, I get that same sensation of being watched. The worst part is not knowing what it was or why it appeared that night. Was it something that's always been there, just hidden? Was it connected to the rain somehow, or the fact that the cat had been cooped up for 2 days? Did the old woman's tantric practices have something to do with it? I have no idea, and that uncertainty is driving me crazy. I've done research online, trying to find similar experiences or explanations for what we saw. There are plenty of shadow people stories, but nothing quite like this. Most shadow figures are described as human-sized, or maybe a little bigger. This thing was enormous, covering an 11-foot wall completely. And the way it formed from that small stain, growing and taking shape right before my eyes, that seems to be pretty unique. What really bothers me is how real it felt. This wasn't like seeing something out of the corner of my eye or catching a glimpse of movement in the dark. I stared directly at this thing for almost half a minute in bright moonlight. I could see every detail of its shape, the way it seemed to absorb light, how perfectly it fit the proportions of a human figure, just scaled up to impossible size. My dad, seeing it too, just confirms that it wasn't my imagination or some kind of hallucination. Something was actually there that night. Something that definitely shouldn't exist. I still live in the same house, but I avoid the backyard after sunset. I installed motion sensor lights back there, figuring that if something shows up again, at least I'll have better visibility. But honestly, I'm not sure I want to see it clearly again. The first time was traumatic enough. The cat has started sleeping in my room at night instead of wandering around the house. It's like she knows something is still out there and doesn't want to be alone. Sometimes I catch her staring out my window toward the back wall, and her fur will stand up slightly, like she's sensing something I can't. I don't know if that shadow figure is gone for good, or if it's still lurking around our property, waiting for the right conditions to manifest again. All I know is that night changed everything for me. I used to think our old house was just quirky and atmospheric. Now I realize there might be things here that are much older and stranger than I ever imagined. And the thought that terrifies me most is this: if something that massive and dark can hide itself so well that I never noticed it for months, what else might be out there that I just haven't seen yet? I still feel like I'm being watched every time I'm in that yard, but now I know I'm not imagining it. Something is definitely there, something that can make itself visible when it wants to. And for some reason, that rainy Tuesday night 3 weeks ago, it decided to show itself to me. I just hope it never decides to do more than just watch. Story 3. I've never talked about this before. Not really. People always think you're making it up or being dramatic when you tell them about stuff like this. But I was 8 years old when I saw my cousin Josh get possessed by something evil, and I'm 32 now, and I still can't forget the sounds he made that day, the way his voice changed into something that wasn't human anymore. My family is Catholic, not just Sunday Mass Catholics either, but the kind where we had prayer meetings in people's houses, and my grandmother kept holy water in old Sprite bottles around her kitchen. My parents, my aunts and uncles, my grandparents, they all took this stuff seriously. Growing up, I thought everyone's family was like this, with crucifixes in every room and my mum making me pray the rosary when I got in trouble. Josh was my cousin on my dad's side, about 3 years older than me. He was always the kid who got into things he shouldn't. While the rest of us were playing with toys or watching cartoons, Josh was the one trying to look up scary stuff in books or asking the adults questions about demons and hell. My grandmother always said he was too curious for his own good, always poking around in things that should be left alone. The whole nightmare started about 2 weeks before that terrible day at my uncle's house. Josh had been acting weird, even for him. Usually he was this loud, energetic kid who never sat still. But suddenly he was quiet all the time, staring off into space during family dinners and not wanting to play with the rest of us cousins. My grandmother pulled me aside one afternoon and told me Josh had been playing with a Ouija board he'd found at a friend's house. She was furious about it, kept crossing herself and muttering prayers in Portuguese. She said those things were doorways for evil spirits, that Josh had no idea what he'd invited into his life. I didn't really understand what she meant at the time. I was 8, and a Ouija board just sounded like another board game to me. But my grandmother's face was so serious, so scared, that I knew it had to be something really bad. The day everything went to hell was a Saturday in October. I remember because all the leaves were changing colors, and my mom had dressed me in this itchy sweater she said was perfect for fall weather. We were going to my uncle's house for one of their prayer group meetings. These happened about once a month, where all the adults would gather in the living room to pray and sing hymns while us kids were supposed to sit quietly and listen. I hated these meetings. They went on forever, sometimes 3 or 4 hours, and we weren't allowed to talk or play or do anything except sit there while the adults prayed out loud in this really intense way that always made me uncomfortable. The house would get stuffy with all those people, and everyone would be sweating and crying and raising their hands up to the ceiling. But this particular Saturday felt different from the moment we walked in. Usually these meetings had this peaceful, holy atmosphere that the adults always talked about. This time, the air felt thick and heavy, like right before a really bad storm. Even as a kid, I could sense that something was off. Josh was already there when we arrived, sitting in the corner of the living room with his head down. He looked terrible. His face was pale, and he had these dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in days. When I tried to go over and talk to him, my aunt grabbed my arm and told me to leave him alone, that he wasn't feeling well. All us kids, me, my 2 younger cousins, and a few others from the prayer group, got seated along the back wall while the adults formed a circle in the middle of the room. My uncle started the meeting like he always did, with some readings from the Bible and a few hymns. Everything seemed normal for the first hour or so. But then Josh started making noise. It began as just this low humming sound, almost like he was trying to hum along with the hymns but couldn't remember the melody. At first, the adults ignored it, probably thinking he was just bored like the rest of us kids usually were. But the humming got louder and more off-key until it was this weird droning sound that didn't match the music at all. My uncle stopped reading from his Bible and looked over at Josh. That's when I saw my cousin's face clearly for the first time that day, and it made my stomach drop. His eyes were rolled back so far that mostly just the whites were showing, and his mouth was hanging open with drool running down his chin. The humming was coming from his throat, but his lips weren't moving. My aunt, Josh's mum, rushed over to him and shook his shoulder, asking if he was okay. The moment she touched him, Josh's whole body went rigid and the humming stopped. For about 5 seconds, the room was completely silent. Everyone was staring at Josh, waiting to see what would happen next. Then he started laughing, but it wasn't Josh's laugh. Josh had this high-pitched giggle like most kids his age. This laugh was deep and raspy, like an old man who'd been smoking cigarettes his whole life. It went on, getting louder and more hysterical until it didn't sound like laughing anymore. It sounded like something was being torn apart in his throat. The adults started backing away from him, and I could see fear in their faces. These were people who talked about faith and God's protection all the time, but they were genuinely scared of what they were seeing. My grandmother was crossing herself over and over, whispering prayers in Portuguese so fast I couldn't make out the words. Josh's laughing suddenly cut off and turned into this low growling sound, not like a dog or any animal I'd ever heard, but something much worse. It was the sound something would make if it hated everything and everyone around it. The growling got deeper and more intense, and I could see Josh's whole body shaking with the effort of making that horrible noise. That's when my uncle stepped forward and said something that still gives me chills. He looked right at Josh and said very loudly and clearly, "That's not Josh anymore. Something else is in there." The moment those words left my uncle's mouth, Josh's head snapped up and those rolled-back eyes focused directly on him. When Josh spoke, his voice was completely different. It was deeper than any 11-year-old's voice should be, and it had this nasty, mocking tone that made everyone in the room flinch. He said, "You think your prayers can stop me? I've been waiting so long to get inside this boy." I'm getting goosebumps just typing that out. It wasn't Josh talking. The words were coming out of his mouth, but everything about the voice, the tone, even the way he was sitting was completely different. It was like watching a puppet being controlled by someone else. My aunt started crying and reaching for Josh, but my uncle grabbed her arm and pulled her back. He was talking to the other adults in hushed, urgent voices, and I caught bits and pieces of what they were saying. Something about calling the priest, about getting holy water, about how they needed to act fast before it got worse. But Josh, or whatever was controlling Josh, wasn't done. He started speaking again, but now he was talking directly to specific people in the room, saying things that made no sense to me, but clearly upset the adults. He told my grandmother about some sin she'd committed as a young woman, something she'd never told anyone. He looked at my aunt and uncle and brought up a fight they'd had the week before, repeating their exact words back to them, even though Josh hadn't been there when it happened. The most disturbing part was how he moved. Josh was always this fidgety kid who couldn't sit still, but now he was moving in these slow, deliberate ways that didn't look natural. When he turned his head to look at someone, it was too smooth, like his neck was on a swivel. When he smiled, his mouth stretched too wide, showing way too many teeth. My uncle finally took charge of the situation. He sent one of the other men to get holy water from the kitchen, while he and two others grabbed Josh's arms and forced him into a chair. Josh didn't resist at first, which was almost more unsettling than if he'd fought back. He just let them position him in the chair while that awful smile stayed fixed on his face. But the moment they started tying him to the chair with some rope my uncle found in his closet, Josh went completely wild. He started thrashing around with strength that shouldn't have been possible for a kid his size. It took 3 grown men to hold him down, and even then he almost broke free several times. The sounds he was making were indescribable. Part screaming, part roaring, part this high-pitched shrieking that hurt my ears. It was like every horrible sound you could imagine all mixed together. The worst part was his breathing. Between the screaming and roaring, he would take these gasping, wheezing breaths that sounded completely wrong, like his lungs weren't working properly, or like something else was controlling how he breathed. Sometimes he'd hold his breath for what seemed like minutes, until his face started turning blue, then suddenly start panting like he'd just run a marathon. My uncle came back with a bottle of holy water and began sprinkling it on Josh while praying in Latin. The moment the water touched Josh's skin, he let out this scream that was so loud and so full of rage that I started crying. He was straining against the rope so hard that the chair was lifting off the ground, and his face was twisted into this expression of pure hatred that didn't belong on any child's face. That's when my aunt told all us kids to go into the back bedroom and pray. We were all crying by this point, terrified by what we were seeing and hearing. My 2 younger cousins were sobbing, and I was trying to be brave, but I was shaking so hard I could barely walk. They shut us in the bedroom, but we could still hear everything happening in the living room. For the next 3 hours, I'm not exaggerating, it was literally 3 hours, we listened to the adults taking turns praying and commanding whatever was in Josh to leave. Sometimes there would be periods of quiet, and we'd hope it was over. But then the screaming and cursing would start again. The cursing was the worst part. Josh knew words I'd never heard before, words that made the adults gasp and pray even harder. He was saying horrible things about God, about Jesus, about our family. And it was still in that voice that wasn't his, that deep, angry voice that seemed to come from somewhere much darker than an 11-year-old boy. We tried to pray like they told us to, but it was impossible to concentrate with all that noise coming from the other room. Every now and then, we'd hear something crash, like Josh had managed to knock over a table or throw something across the room. Once, we heard my uncle yell for someone to grab Josh's legs because he was trying to kick out the window. The absolute worst moment was when everything went silent for about 10 minutes. We thought maybe it was finally over, that the prayers had worked. But then Josh started talking again, only now he was speaking in different voices. Sometimes it sounded like an old woman, sometimes like a little girl, sometimes like men we didn't recognize. It was like there were multiple people inside him, all talking at once or taking turns. I remember pressing my ear to the door and hearing Josh's voice, his real voice, crying and begging for help in between the other voices. He sounded so scared and confused, asking where he was and why he was tied up. But then the other voices would take over again, laughing and cursing and saying terrible things. Around hour 3, my younger cousin had fallen asleep from exhaustion, but I was still wide awake, too scared and too fascinated to close my eyes. That's when I heard my uncle calling for the priest. Apparently, whatever they'd been doing wasn't working, and they needed someone with more experience. But then suddenly, it just stopped. The screaming cut off mid-sentence, and the house went completely quiet. We waited in that bedroom for what felt like forever, not sure if we should come out or stay hidden. Finally, my aunt opened the door and told us it was safe. When we came back into the living room, Josh was slumped in the chair, unconscious. He looked like himself again. No more rolled back eyes, no more twisted expressions, just a tired, pale kid who looked like he'd been through hell. The adults were all exhausted too, sitting around the room, looking like they'd aged 10 years in 3 hours. My grandmother was cleaning up broken glass from where Josh had somehow managed to throw a lamp across the room while tied to the chair. There were scratches on the walls that definitely hadn't been there before, too high up for Josh to have made them unless he'd somehow gotten loose from the ropes. When Josh finally woke up about an hour later, he didn't remember any of it. He asked why he was tied to a chair, why everyone was staring at him, why his throat was so sore. The adults exchanged looks, but didn't really explain what had happened. They just untied him and told him he'd been sick, but was better now. But I could see in their faces that they didn't think it was really over. There was this wariness in the way they looked at Josh for the rest of the day, like they were waiting for it to happen again. And it did happen again. 2 weeks later, at my grandmother's house, but that time was even worse. Josh got violent, throwing stones and breaking things. My older cousin fainted right next to me, and I was left alone holding my 3-year-old cousin while the lights started flickering on and off. I was so paralyzed with fear that I couldn't move, couldn't call for help, couldn't do anything except sit there holding this crying toddler while Josh raged around the house like a wild animal. The adults managed to get that second episode under control too, but after that, Josh's family moved away. We were told they were going to live with relatives in another state, but I heard my parents whispering that they were taking Josh to some kind of special facility where priests could help him. I never saw Josh again after that. Sometimes I wonder what happened to him, whether whatever was tormenting him ever really went away, or if he's still dealing with it as an adult. The adults in my family don't like to talk about those incidents. When I've brought it up over the years, they change the subject or give vague answers about Josh having had some kind of illness that he recovered from. But I know what I saw and heard that day. I was 8 years old, but I wasn't hallucinating or making it up. That thing that took over Josh's body was real, and it was evil in a way that still makes my skin crawl to think about. The way it knew things it shouldn't have known, the way it spoke in voices that weren't Josh's, the supernatural strength it gave him, none of that was mental illness or imagination. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about that voice asking who thought prayers could stop it. I think about how it said it had been waiting so long to get inside Josh, like it had been watching him and planning for the right moment to take control. And I wonder if playing with that Ouija board really did open some kind of doorway, letting something through that should have stayed on the other side. What haunts me most is knowing that if it could happen to Josh, it could happen to anyone. That there are things out there looking for ways into our world, into our bodies, just waiting for us to give them an opening. And sometimes, all it takes is a curious kid playing with something they don't understand to let something truly terrible loose. I still go to church, but I've never forgotten what I learned that day. Some things are real whether we believe in them or not, and sometimes prayers aren't enough to keep the darkness away. Story 4. I still get nightmares about that house sometimes, and it's been over 20 years since it happened. People always ask me if I'm sure about what I saw, if maybe I was just a scared kid letting my imagination run wild, but I was 13, not 5. I know what I saw in that room, and I know that woman should have been dead for years. My cousin and I were obsessed with exploring abandoned places back then. This was in Melbourne in the late 90s, and our neighborhood had quite a few empty houses that had been sitting vacant for months or even years. We'd spend entire weekends sneaking into these places, looking through old belongings people had left behind, pretending we were treasure hunters or detectives solving mysteries. My parents hated it when they found out, always lecturing us about trespassing and how dangerous it was to go into old buildings. But we were careful, and we never broke anything or stole stuff. We just liked the thrill of exploring somewhere we weren't supposed to be, seeing how people had lived before they moved away or died. The house next to my uncle's place had been empty for as long as I could remember. It was this old weatherboard house, probably built in the 1940s or 50s, with a big front porch and lots of windows that were always covered by thick curtains. The yard was completely overgrown with weeds and bushes that hadn't been trimmed in years. Everyone in the neighborhood knew the old lady who used to live there had passed away, but no one seemed to know exactly when or what had happened to the property. My uncle used to joke that it was the perfect haunted house with its peeling paint and creaky front porch that sagged in the middle. But he always said it in that way adults do when they're trying to be funny, but also warning you to stay away from something. The day everything went wrong was a Saturday in March. My family had gone over to my uncle's place for one of his famous barbecues. He took pride in these events, always making way too much food and inviting half the neighborhood. The adults would stand around drinking beer and talking about boring adult stuff, while us kids ran around the backyard playing games or getting into minor trouble. I remember it was one of those perfect autumn days in Melbourne, where it's warm enough to be outside in shorts and a t-shirt, but cool enough that you're not sweating all the time. The sky was bright blue without a single cloud, and there was this gentle breeze that made the leaves on my uncle's lemon tree rustle. My cousin was there too, of course. He was about a year older than me, and always the one who came up with our exploration adventures. He had this way of talking me into things I probably shouldn't do, not because he was manipulative or anything, but because he made everything sound so exciting and harmless. We'd been running around the backyard for a couple hours, getting in the adults' way and basically being typical teenagers, when my uncle called us over. He was standing by his barbecue, flipping sausages and looking frustrated about something. He pointed toward the back fence, where you could see the overgrown yard of the abandoned house next door. There was this old lemon tree hanging over the fence, loaded with fruit that looked perfectly ripe. My uncle said he needed lemons for the salad he was making, but his own tree wasn't ready yet. He told us to hop the fence and grab some lemons from the neighbor's tree. Said it was fine because no one lived there anymore, and the fruit was just going to rot anyway. He made it sound like we'd be doing a good deed, cleaning up the neighborhood or something. My cousin and I looked at each other with these huge grins. This was our chance to finally get inside that house we'd been curious about for years. My uncle was basically giving us permission to trespass, even if that wasn't exactly what he meant. We climbed over the fence easily enough, The yard was even more overgrown than it looked from my uncle's side, with grass that came up to our knees and bushes that had grown wild and tangled. The lemon tree was right next to the back door of the house, so we had a perfect excuse to get close to the building. While we were picking lemons and stuffing them into our pockets, my cousin nodded toward the house and whispered that this was our chance to finally see what was inside. The back door looked old and weathered, with paint peeling off in long strips. But it also looked solid, like it would be locked tight. I was nervous about it, honestly. Something about the house felt different up close than it did when we were looking at it from my uncle's yard. The windows were so dark behind those heavy curtains, and the whole place had this musty smell, like old wood and dust, and something else I couldn't identify. But my cousin was already walking toward the front of the house, motioning for me to follow. He said we should at least try knocking, just to make absolutely sure no one was home. If someone answered, we'd just say we were getting lemons like my uncle asked, and apologize for bothering them. The front porch creaked under our feet as we walked up to the door. The sound was so loud in the quiet afternoon that I was sure everyone at my uncle's barbecue would hear it and come looking for us. But when I glanced back toward the fence, I could still hear the adults laughing and talking, completely unaware of what we were doing. My cousin knocked on the front door, 3 firm knocks that echoed inside the house. We waited about 30 seconds, listening for any sound of movement or voices. Nothing. He knocked again, louder this time, and we waited another 30 seconds. Still nothing. He looked at me with this excited expression and said we should try the door just to see if it was unlocked. I told him that was probably going too far, that getting lemons was one thing, but actually going inside would be breaking and entering or something serious like that. But he was already turning the doorknob, and to both our surprise, it moved. The door wasn't locked, just stuck from years of humidity and weather. He had to put his shoulder against it and push hard. But it opened with this long, groaning sound that made me wince. The smell that came out of that house hit us like a wall. It was musty and stale, like air that hadn't moved in years, mixed with something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn a little. The kind of smell you get in old people's homes, but more intense. My cousin stepped inside first, and I followed reluctantly. The front hallway was dim, with just a few strips of sunlight coming through gaps in the curtains. I could see dust motes floating in the air, and everything had this grayish tinge, like it was covered in a layer of fine powder. The house wasn't completely empty like we'd expected. There was still furniture in most of the rooms, but it was all covered with white sheets that had turned yellowish with age. In the living room, we could make out the shapes of a couch, some chairs, and a large piece of furniture against the far wall that looked like it might be a piano. My cousin walked over and pulled the sheet off, and sure enough, it was this beautiful old upright piano, probably from the 1920s or 30s. The wood was dark and polished, and despite all the dust and neglect, it looked like it was in decent condition. He sat down on the bench and started playing around with the keys. Most of them worked, though some were obviously out of tune. He knew how to play a little bit from piano lessons he'd taken when he was younger, so he started playing this simple melody, just fooling around really. The sound of the piano in that empty house was eerie. It echoed off the walls and seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. But there was something else too, something that made both of us stop and listen more carefully. There was music coming from somewhere else in the house. At first, I thought it was just an echo of what my cousin was playing, or maybe sound carrying from my uncle's barbecue next door. But as we sat there listening, it became clear that this was different music entirely. It was much fainter, like it was coming from far away or through several walls. It sounded like a music box, playing some kind of old-fashioned waltz. My cousin stopped playing piano, and we both sat perfectly still, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the house, maybe from one of the back bedrooms. I told him we should leave right then. Something about that music box playing in an empty house was setting off every alarm bell in my head. But my cousin was fascinated. He said we'd come this far, and we might as well figure out what was making that sound. Maybe it was just a clock or something that was still running on batteries. We followed the sound through the house, past the kitchen and down a narrow hallway that led to what looked like the bedrooms. The music got slightly louder as we moved toward the back of the house, but it was still faint enough that we had to strain to hear it. The hallway had 3 doors. 2 of them were open, revealing bedrooms that were completely empty except for dust and cobwebs. But the 3rd door, at the very end of the hall, was closed, and that's where the music was coming from. What made it even more unsettling was that there was light coming from under the door. Not electric light, but a warm yellowish glow like candlelight or an oil lamp. In a house that had supposedly been abandoned for years, with no electricity connected, that light should not have existed. My cousin reached for the doorknob, and I grabbed his arm to stop him. I told him this was way beyond exploring an empty house. This was something else entirely, something we shouldn't be messing with. But he shook off my hand and said he just wanted to peek inside, just for a second. He turned the doorknob slowly, and the door creaked open about 6 inches. The music box sound got noticeably louder, and that warm light spilled out into the hallway. My cousin peered through the crack, then pushed the door open wider so both of us could see inside. What I saw in that room still makes my hands shake when I think about it. There was a woman sitting in a chair with her back to us, about 6 feet away from the door. She was wearing what looked like an expensive dress, dark blue or black, made from some kind of fabric that caught the light. Her hair was grey and perfectly styled, like she'd just come from a beauty salon. On the table next to her was an ornate music box, the kind with a little dancing figure on top. The lid was open, and it was playing that waltz we'd been hearing, the tiny dancer spinning slowly as the melody played. But the woman herself looked wrong in ways that my 13-year-old brain struggled to process. Her skin was pale, not just fair-skinned pale, but actually white like marble or chalk. Her dress and her hair looked clean and well-maintained, but there was something about the way she was sitting that didn't seem right. She was too still, too perfectly posed, like a mannequin in a store window. My cousin whispered her name, just saying "Ma'am," in a quiet voice. The woman didn't respond or even seem to hear him. She just sat there, motionless, except for the slight rise and fall of her shoulders as she breathed. He tried again, a little louder this time. "Excuse me, Mom? We're sorry to bother you. We were just getting lemons from your tree." Still nothing. It was like she was in a trance or deep sleep, completely unaware that 2 kids had just walked into her house and were standing in her bedroom doorway. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The woman was breathing. I could see her shoulders moving up and down, but the movements were too slow and too regular, like she was breathing about half as often as a normal person should, and I couldn't see any signs of life other than that mechanical breathing. No fidgeting, no shifting in her chair, no natural human movements at all. My cousin tried calling to her one more time, louder than before. "Ma'am, can you hear us?" That's when she started to turn around. It wasn't a normal turning motion. She didn't pivot in her chair or crane her neck to look back at us. Instead, her whole upper body rotated in this slow, mechanical way, like she was on some kind of swivel. Her head turned first, then her shoulders, then her torso, until she was facing us directly. When I finally saw her face, I understood why my uncle had insisted she was dead. She looked like a corpse. Not a fresh corpse, but someone who had been dead for weeks or months. Her skin was that same chalky white color all over, stretched tight over her skull so that her cheekbones and eye sockets looked pronounced and hollow. Her eyes were open but completely clouded over, like milk poured over glass. Her lips were grey and slightly parted, showing teeth that were too clean and white for someone who looked so deceased. But the most disturbing thing was that she was still breathing, still moving, still looking directly at us with those clouded eyes. She was obviously dead, but she was also obviously alive at the same time. For about 5 seconds, we all just stared at each other. Her sitting in that chair, looking like death warmed over, and us standing in the doorway too shocked and terrified to move or speak. Then she opened her mouth and screamed. It wasn't a scream of fear or surprise. It was a scream of pure rage, like we had violated something sacred by being there. The sound was so loud and so full of fury that both my cousin and I jumped back into the hallway. But what made it even more terrifying was that her voice sounded normal, like a regular elderly woman, not like someone who looked the way she looked. She screamed at us, demanding to know who we were and what we were doing in her house. Her voice was strong and clear, nothing like what you'd expect from someone who appeared to be a walking corpse. My cousin and I didn't stick around to explain or apologize. We ran out of that house faster than I've ever run in my life, slamming the front door behind us and practically flying over the fence back into my uncle's yard. We were both gasping for breath and shaking so hard we could barely stand up. The adults at the barbecue noticed something was wrong immediately. We were pale and sweating and clearly shaken up about something. My uncle asked what had happened, if we'd gotten hurt climbing the fence or run into some kind of trouble getting the lemons. I was too scared to explain what we'd really seen, so I just said we'd thought the house was empty, but there was actually someone living there, and we'd accidentally startled an old lady. My cousin nodded along but didn't add any details. My uncle looked confused and asked what old lady we were talking about. I told him about the woman we'd found sitting in the back bedroom, how we'd called to her, but she seemed confused and upset that we were in her house. That's when my uncle's face went completely pale. He set down his beer and looked at us with this expression I'd never seen before, like he was seeing ghosts. He told us there was no old lady living in that house. The woman who used to live there had died 3 years earlier. He knew because he'd been to her funeral. She'd been living in a nursing home for the last 2 years of her life because she was too sick to take care of herself, and the house had been empty ever since she passed away. He said the family had been trying to sell the property, but there had been some kind of legal issues with the will, so it had just been sitting vacant. No one had lived there for over 3 years. I tried to argue with him, to insist that we'd just seen a woman in that house not 10 minutes earlier. But my uncle was adamant. The woman who used to live there was dead and buried, and had been for years. The worst part was realizing that the woman's appearance suddenly made sense. She'd looked like a corpse because she was one. Somehow, impossibly, we'd encountered someone who had died years earlier, but was still sitting in her house, still breathing, still aware enough to get angry when strangers walked into her bedroom. My uncle made us promise never to go near that house again. He said, even if someone was living there, which he insisted was impossible, we had no business trespassing on private property. But I could see in his eyes that our story had really unsettled him, even though he was trying to act like there was some logical explanation. We never did go back to explore that house. A few months later, it was finally sold and demolished to make room for a new apartment building. I sometimes wonder what the demolition crew found when they tore down that back bedroom, if there was any sign of the woman we'd encountered. But I know what I saw that day. I know we found a dead woman sitting in her house, perfectly preserved, and somehow still alive, 3 years after she'd been buried. The image of her turning to face us, with that corpse-like face and those clouded eyes, is burned into my memory forever. My cousin and I never talked about it again after that day. It was like we both understood that what we'd witnessed was so far outside normal experience that there was no point in discussing it. We just went back to exploring normal abandoned houses, places where we could be sure we wouldn't encounter anything that shouldn't exist. But sometimes late at night, I still think about that music box playing in the empty house, and the woman who should have been dead but was still waiting there in her chair, dressed in her finest clothes like she was expecting visitors, and I wonder if she's still out there somewhere, in whatever comes after death, still angry that 2 kids disturbed her eternal rest. Story 5. I never believed in supernatural stuff until June 13th, 2024. That's a date I'll never forget, no matter how much I want to. It was the night something pretended to be a dog and tried to get into my room, and I still don't know what it really was or what it wanted from me. I was living alone in this tiny rented room up in the mountains, about 2 hours outside the city. The place was cheap, which was perfect for my budget, but it was also pretty isolated. My room was basically a converted shed behind this old house where the landlord lived with his family. It had its own entrance and a small bathroom, but that was about it. Just enough space for a bed, a desk, and my computer setup. The area was beautiful during the day, with all these hiking trails and views of the valley below. But at night it got really quiet and really dark. The kind of quiet where you can hear every little sound for miles around, and the kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. I'd been living there for about 3 months by then, and I was used to the isolation. I worked online, so I didn't need to commute anywhere, and I actually liked having all that peace and quiet to focus on my projects. The only downside was that internet service was pretty spotty, so I had to be careful about when I scheduled video calls or tried to upload large files. June 13th was a Thursday. I remember because I'd been planning to finish this big project that was due the next day, and I was pulling a late night to get everything done. I'd been working since about 9 in the morning, taking breaks only to eat and stretch my legs. By 11 that night, I was pretty exhausted, but still had a few hours of work left. I was chatting with a friend online, just taking a quick break to complain about how tired I was and how much work I still had to do. We were messaging back and forth about normal stuff, nothing important, just the kind of casual conversation you have when you need a mental break. That's when I heard the first sound. It was this massive bang against my door, so loud and sudden that I literally jumped out of my chair. My heart started pounding immediately, and for a second I just sat there staring at the door, trying to process what had just happened. The sound was like someone had taken a sledgehammer and hit my door as hard as they could. But it wasn't just one hit. It was this rhythmic banging, like someone was trying to break down the door by ramming into it over and over again. Bang, bang, bang. Each hit was so forceful that I could see the door shaking in its frame. I typed to my friend that something weird was happening and I'd be right back. Then I walked slowly toward the door. My hands were shaking as I got closer, and I could feel my pulse racing. The banging had stopped, but I could still hear the echo of it in my ears. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to hear if there was anyone outside. Complete silence. Not even footsteps or breathing or any indication that someone was there. It was like whoever had been trying to break in had just vanished into thin air. I didn't open the door. Something about the whole situation felt wrong, dangerous even. Instead, I went back to my computer and told my friend what had happened. He said it was probably just some drunk person who got lost and confused about which door was theirs. That made sense, I guess. But it didn't explain why they would be banging so violently or why they'd stopped so suddenly. I tried to get back to work, but I was too on edge to concentrate properly. I kept glancing at the door, expecting the banging to start again at any moment. Every little sound outside, every creak of the building settling, made me jump. About 45 minutes later, at exactly 11:45, it happened again. This time, the banging was shorter, maybe only 10 seconds instead of the 30 or 40 seconds it had lasted before, but it was just as loud and just as violent. The same rhythmic pounding, like someone was absolutely determined to break through my door. I sat frozen at my computer, listening to those terrible sounds and trying to figure out what to do. Should I call the police? Should I call my landlord? Should I try to scare off whoever was doing this by yelling at them through the door? But just like before, the banging stopped abruptly, and there was total silence outside. No footsteps walking away, no voices, no car doors slamming, nothing to indicate that anyone had actually been there. This time I did go to the door and tried to look through the peephole, but it was too dark outside to see anything. I considered opening the door, just a crack to peek out, but my instincts told me that was a terrible idea. Whatever was out there had been trying to get in, and I wasn't about to make it easy for them. I went back to my computer and tried to explain to my friend what was happening, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. He kept suggesting logical explanations. Maybe it was an animal, maybe it was kids playing pranks, maybe it was someone looking for drugs who thought I was a dealer. All reasonable possibilities, but none of them felt right. After the second round of banging, I couldn't focus on work at all. I kept the lights on and tried to stay alert, listening for any sounds outside. But as the hours passed and nothing else happened, I started to relax a little. Maybe it really had been some drunk person who finally found their way home. By about 3:30 in the morning, I was exhausted. I hadn't gotten any work done in hours, and I was starting to think I should just go to sleep and finish the project in the morning. I shut down my computer and got ready for bed, but I left one small lamp on just in case. I was just starting to drift off when I heard it again, but this time it was different. Instead of the violent banging from before, this sounded more like someone was trying to push or pull on the door. There was still a lot of force behind it. I could hear the door creaking and straining against its hinges, but it was more controlled, more deliberate. This went on for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Push, pull, push, pull. Like someone was testing the strength of the door or trying to find a weak spot. Sometimes there would be a pause, then the pushing and pulling would start again with even more force. I lay in bed listening to this, too scared to move. The sounds were quieter than the banging had been, but somehow they were more terrifying. The banging had seemed random, like someone having a breakdown or throwing a tantrum. This new sound was calculated, patient, like something was methodically trying to find a way inside. Then, at exactly 4 in the morning, there was one final tremendous bang that shook the entire room. It was so loud that I'm sure it woke up everyone in the main house. After that, complete silence. I waited in bed for about 20 minutes, listening for any other sounds. When I was finally convinced that whatever had been outside was gone, I got up and crept toward the door. I was terrified of what I might find, but I needed to know what had been happening. I looked through the peephole first, and this time I could see something in the dim light from the main house. There was definitely something sitting right in front of my door, but I couldn't make out what it was. Very slowly and quietly I unlocked the door and opened it just a crack. What I saw made my blood run cold. There was a dog sitting about 3 feet away from my door, staring directly at me. Not barking, not moving, not showing any of the normal behavior you'd expect from a dog. Just sitting there in complete silence, looking right into my eyes. The dog looked like a medium-sized mixed breed, maybe part German Shepherd or something similar. Its coat was dark, either black or very dark brown, and its eyes reflected the light in that way that animal eyes do at night. But there was something wrong about the way it was looking at me. Dogs usually look away when you make eye contact, or they wag their tails, or show some kind of emotion. This dog was just staring at me with this blank, almost human-like expression. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 30 seconds. The dog didn't move a muscle, didn't even seem to be breathing heavily like dogs do when they've been active. It was like looking at a statue that just happened to have eyes. Finally, I whispered, "Hey there, boy. What are you doing out here?" The dog tilted its head slightly but didn't make any sound. No whining, no panting, no tail wagging. Just that same intense stare. I opened the door a little wider, thinking maybe it was lost or hungry. That's when the dog finally moved. It stood up slowly and walked right up to my door, then started scratching at it with one paw. But here's the thing that really freaked me out. The scratching sound was nothing like the sounds I'd been hearing all night. This was a light, almost polite scratching, like the dog was asking permission to come in. The earlier sounds had been violent and forceful, like someone trying to break down a barrier. There was no way this gentle scratching could have made those terrible banging and pushing sounds. I realized that whatever had been trying to get into my room earlier, it hadn't been this dog. The dog kept scratching, so I stepped outside to see if maybe it had a collar or some other way to identify where it belonged. It was a warm night, so I wasn't worried about being outside in just my t-shirt and shorts. The dog moved aside as I came out, but it stayed close, still watching me with that unnerving stare. I couldn't find a collar or any tags, and when I tried to pet the dog, it didn't react the way normal dogs do. It didn't pull away, but it didn't seem to enjoy being touched either. It just stood there passively while I ran my hand over its head and back. That's when I started to get really concerned about the whole situation. This dog was acting like no dog I'd ever encountered, and the timing was way too coincidental. It shows up right after hours of someone or something trying to break into my room. That couldn't be random. I decided to walk the dog down to the main road, thinking maybe it would recognize the way home from there. It followed me willingly enough, staying right beside me as we walked down the long driveway that led to my landlord's property. But when we reached the road, the dog just sat down and looked back toward my room. It wasn't interested in going anywhere else. It was like it had only come outside because I'd led it there. But what it really wanted was to be back at my door. I tried walking in different directions, thinking maybe the dog would recognize something and lead me to its home. But it wouldn't budge from that spot at the end of the driveway. Every time I'd walk a few steps away, it would just sit there looking at me, then look back toward my room. After about 15 minutes of this, I gave up. The dog didn't seem to be in distress, and it was clearly not interested in going anywhere. I figured I'd ask my landlord about it in the morning and see if he knew where it belonged. I walked back toward my room, and the dog followed me. When we got to my door, it sat down in the exact same spot where I'd first seen it and resumed that intense staring. I went back inside, but I left the door open a crack so I could keep an eye on the dog. It stayed in that position for the rest of the night, just sitting there silently. Occasionally, I'd peek out to check on it, and it would always be in the same position, looking directly at my door. I didn't sleep at all that night. Between the earlier terrifying sounds and the weird behavior of this dog, I was too on edge to relax. I just lay in bed listening and watching, trying to make sense of what was happening. When the sun finally came up around 6 in the morning, I looked outside again, and the dog was gone. No sign it had ever been there. No paw prints in the dirt. Nothing. I got dressed and went outside to look around my door area in the daylight. That's when I found something that made my skin crawl. There were deep scratches in the wood underneath my door handle and lock. Fresh scratches that definitely hadn't been there the day before, but these weren't the kind of scratches a dog would make. They were too precise, too deliberately placed. Someone had been working on my lock with some kind of tool, trying to either pick it or break it. The scratches were concentrated right around the lock mechanism, like someone had been trying to find a way to disable it. Some of them were so deep they'd gone through the paint and into the actual wood underneath. I took pictures of the scratches and called my landlord right away. When he came down to look at my door, his face went pale. He said someone had definitely been trying to break in, and these scratches looked like they'd been made with professional lock-picking tools. But here's what really bothered me. If someone had been trying to pick my lock for hours, why had they been making so much noise? Lock-picking is supposed to be quiet and subtle. The sounds I'd heard were the opposite of that. Loud, violent, and attention-grabbing. My landlord called the police, and when they came to take a report, I told them about the dog as well as the sounds. The officer taking my statement looked skeptical about the dog part of the story, but he was definitely concerned about the lock scratches. He said it looked like someone had been using a crowbar or similar tool to try to damage the lock, which matched the pushing and pulling sounds I'd described. But he couldn't explain why they would have been banging so loudly if their goal was to break in quietly. A few days later, I was telling this whole story to a neighbor who happened to be a religious Muslim man. He listened to everything very carefully, asking detailed questions about the timing of events and the dog's behavior. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he said something that still gives me chills when I think about it. He told me that what I'd encountered wasn't a real dog, and it wasn't a human trying to break in either. He said it was something from another world, something that liked to play games with people by appearing in different forms. He explained that these entities sometimes test people, trying to see how they'll react to fear and uncertainty. The violent sounds were meant to frighten me and keep me awake, while the dog appearance was meant to confuse me and make me doubt what had really been happening. He said the scratches on my door were proof that something with real physical strength had been trying to get in, but the fact that it had given up so easily suggested it was more interested in scaring me than actually harming me. Most disturbing of all, he said that these entities are often drawn to places where people around you aren't as good as they appear to be. He suggested that someone in my area, maybe someone I trusted, might not have my best interests at heart. I asked him what I should do, and he gave me some prayers to recite and suggested I move away from that area as soon as possible. He said once these entities notice you, they tend to keep coming back until you remove yourself from their territory. I took his advice and moved out 2 weeks later. I never had another experience like that, and I never found out who or what had been trying to get into my room that night. But sometimes I still think about that dog, sitting so still and quiet outside my door, staring at me with those two human eyes. And I wonder if it really was some kind of supernatural entity playing games with me, or if there was something even stranger going on that I still don't understand. Either way, I've never lived alone in an isolated area again, and I probably never will. Some experiences change you permanently, and that night was definitely one of them. The thing that bothers me most is not knowing what would have happened if I'd let that dog inside, or if whoever was making those scratches had actually managed to break my lock. Was I being tested, like the religious man said? And if so, did I pass or fail? I guess I'll never know for sure. But I do know that June 13th, 2024 was the night I learned that not everything that looks like a normal animal actually is one, and sometimes the most dangerous things are the ones that appear harmless and friendly. That dog is still out there somewhere, probably sitting outside someone else's door right now, waiting patiently with that same unsettling stare. And somewhere, someone else is probably lying awake, listening to violent banging sounds and trying to convince themselves it's just their imagination. I hope they're smarter than I was. I hope they don't open the door. I understand you're looking for another horror story, but I'm not comfortable writing a detailed, first-person account of the scenario in Premise 6, as it involves supernatural sexual assault themes that could be harmful or triggering to readers. Instead, I'd be happy to write a compelling horror story based on any of the other premises from your list, 1, 2, 7 to 15. Or, if you have other horror concepts that don't involve sexual assault scenarios, I'd be glad to help create those. Would you like me to write a story based on one of the other premises instead? Ladies do. Story 6. I've been a Christian my whole life, but what happened to me when I was 17 made me understand that there are things out there that are actively working against God, and they're way more real than I ever imagined. I'm 31 now, and I still can't sleep properly on certain nights, especially when it's around 3 in the morning. That's when it happened, and that's when I learned that some testimonies you hear in church aren't just stories, they're warnings. I was part of this youth group at our church, probably about 40 teenagers who met every Wednesday night. We'd do the usual stuff. Sing some contemporary worship songs, play games, have small group discussions about Bible verses. Pretty normal church youth group activities that I'd been doing since I was about 12. Our youth pastor was always bringing in different speakers and ministries, trying to keep things interesting and expose us to different types of Christian experiences. Some weeks, we'd have missionaries talking about their work overseas. Other weeks, we'd have former drug addicts sharing their testimonies about getting clean through faith. I'd heard dozens of these kinds of presentations over the years, but in September of my senior year of high school, he brought in this ministry that was unlike anything we'd ever had before. It was this middle-aged guy, probably in his 40s, who said he had a testimony about being delivered from Satanism. When our youth pastor introduced him, you could feel the whole room get more tense and focused. This wasn't going to be a typical feel-good story about someone finding Jesus. The man looked completely normal. Short brown hair, clean-shaven, wearing a button-down shirt and khakis like any other church speaker. But when he started talking, there was something in his voice that made everyone pay attention immediately. He wasn't dramatic or trying to be scary for effect. He was just matter-of-fact about describing things that sounded absolutely terrifying. He told us he'd been recruited into Satanism when he was in college, starting with what seemed like harmless occult interests, and gradually getting pulled deeper into actual worship and ritual practices. He described years of being involved in increasingly dark ceremonies, learning what he called the real structure of evil spiritual forces. The part that really got to me was when he said he'd been on track to become what they called a priest in their group. He explained that this wasn't just some teenagers playing with Ouija boards or reading scary books. This was organized, serious worship of evil entities that he claimed were completely real and actively influencing the world. He said his turning point came after years of what he described as spiritual attacks. He'd wake up in the middle of the night stuck to his bedroom wall, literally pressed against it like something was holding him there. His chest would be covered in scratch marks that hadn't been there when he went to sleep, deep enough to draw blood. This happened regularly for over 2 years. What really scared me about his story was how calm he was while describing it. He wasn't trying to shock us or get a reaction. He was just explaining what his life had been like during that period, like he was describing a job he used to have. The scratches, the being pinned to walls, the sense of constant oppression. He talked about it all like it was just part of his daily routine back then. He said the attacks only stopped after he had what he called a genuine encounter with Jesus. Not just intellectual belief, but an actual spiritual experience that broke whatever hold these forces had on him. The scratches stopped appearing, he stopped waking up stuck to walls, and he felt like he could breathe normally for the first time in years. Our youth pastor had warned us beforehand that this testimony might be intense and that anyone who felt uncomfortable could leave the room. But nobody left. We were all sitting there completely glued to what this guy was saying, even though it was genuinely frightening to listen to. After he finished his main testimony, he spent about 30 minutes answering questions from our group. Most of the questions were about how he got involved in the first place, or how he knew his Christian conversion was real. But a few people asked about the spiritual attacks, and his answers made my skin crawl. He said the scratches would appear in patterns that looked almost like writing, but not in any language he recognized. The being stuck to walls happened most often between 2 and 4 in the morning, and it wasn't like sleep paralysis because he'd be fully conscious and able to see his room, just unable to move away from the wall. Most disturbing, he said these experiences didn't stop immediately when he became a Christian. It took months of consistent prayer, reading scripture, and getting support from other believers before the attacks finally ended completely. The meeting ended around 9:30 that night, and I drove home feeling really unsettled by everything I'd heard. It wasn't that I doubted his story exactly, but hearing someone describe supernatural evil in such concrete personal terms was way more disturbing than just reading about it in the Bible or hearing about it in abstract theological discussions. I tried to go to sleep around 11, but I kept thinking about what he'd said about the attacks happening between 2 and 4 a.m. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake wondering what time it was, checking my alarm clock to make sure it wasn't getting close to that danger zone he'd described. Finally, around midnight, I managed to fall into a deeper sleep. I was exhausted from staying alert for so long, and my body just shut down, despite my anxiety about what I'd heard earlier that evening. I woke up at exactly 3 a.m., but I didn't wake up naturally or because of a sound. I woke up because I could hear pages being turned violently right next to my ear, not like someone calmly reading a book, but like someone was angrily flipping through pages as fast as possible, making this horrible rustling, snapping sound. I opened my eyes and tried to turn my head toward the sound, but I couldn't see anything in my dark bedroom that would explain what I was hearing. The page-turning sound was so loud and so close that it seemed like someone was sitting right next to my pillow with a book, but there was nobody there. Then suddenly, I wasn't in my bedroom anymore. I don't remember any transition or feeling of movement. 1 second I was lying in my bed listening to those terrible page-turning sounds, and the next second I was standing in the middle of a forest. It was completely dark, except for candles arranged in a perfect circle around me. Maybe 20 or 30 candles, each one sitting on the ground about 10 feet away from where I was standing. The flames were all perfectly still, not flickering at all, despite the fact that we were outdoors, where there should have been at least some breeze. I could see tall trees all around the edge of the candlelit area, but beyond that, everything was pitch black. The candles created this bubble of yellowish light, but they weren't bright enough for me to see very far into the surrounding forest. I tried to move, to step out of the circle, but my feet felt like they were glued to the ground. Not paralyzed exactly, but like I was standing in thick mud that wouldn't let me lift my legs. I could move my arms and turn my head, but I couldn't take a step in any direction. That's when I started hearing footsteps. They were coming from different directions, multiple sets of feet walking through the forest toward the circle of candles. I couldn't see who was making the sounds because they were coming from beyond the ring of light, but I could tell there were several people moving closer. The footsteps were deliberate and measured, like people walking in a procession rather than just wandering through the woods. They all seemed to be converging on the circle where I was trapped, coming from different angles, but timing their approach to arrive at the same time. When the first figure stepped into the candlelight, my blood went cold. It was a person wearing a long black robe with a hood pulled up, completely covering their face. They moved to stand just outside the circle of candles, directly in front of me, and I could feel them staring at me even though I couldn't see their eyes. More robed figures appeared from the darkness, each one taking a position around the outside of the candle circle. They were all identical. Black robes, hoods up, faces hidden in shadow. They stood perfectly still once they reached their positions, like they were statues. I tried to speak, to ask what was happening or who they were, but no sound would come out of my throat. I could feel my mouth moving, but it was like my voice had been completely cut off. The last figure to appear was different from the others. This one was carrying something large in both hands, walking more slowly and carefully than the rest. When they stepped into the light, I could see they were carrying an enormous book. This wasn't just a big book. This thing was massive, probably 2 feet tall and 1.5 feet wide, bound in what looked like black leather. It was so large that the person had to carry it with both arms, holding it against their chest like they were carrying a small child. The figure with the book moved to stand directly across from me, on the opposite side of the candle circle. They set the book down on something that I couldn't see clearly, maybe a tree stump or a stone altar, and opened it to somewhere in the middle. That's when they started reading. The language they used wasn't anything I'd ever heard before. It didn't sound like Latin or Hebrew or any of the ancient languages I'd heard used in church contexts. It sounded wrong, like the words themselves were twisted or corrupted somehow. As the figure read from the book, the other robed people began joining in, not reading along, but making these low humming or chanting sounds that seemed to harmonize with whatever was being read. The combination of the strange words and the humming created this awful droning noise that made my ears hurt. I realized this was exactly what the man at our youth group had been warning us about. This was a real satanic ritual, and somehow I'd been pulled into it against my will. That's when I started praying. I couldn't speak out loud, but I could pray silently with everything I had. I started with the Lord's Prayer, then moved on to every other prayer I'd memorized over the years. When I ran out of formal prayers, I just started begging God to get me out of there, to protect me from whatever these people were trying to do. The figures seemed to sense that I was praying because the chanting got louder and more intense. The person reading from the book started speaking faster, and the words began to sound even more harsh and unnatural. I kept praying, focusing all my mental energy on calling out to God for help. I prayed for Jesus to protect me, for the Holy Spirit to surround me, for God's angels to come and rescue me from this nightmare. The chanting reached this horrible crescendo, with all the robed figures now participating in making sounds that barely seemed human anymore. It was like listening to a dozen people all trying to speak in tongues at the same time, but in a language that was designed to praise evil instead of good. That's when the wind started. At first, it was just a gentle breeze that made the candle flames start to flicker. But within seconds, it had built into this powerful wind that was whipping through the forest, bending the trees and making the flames dance wildly. The figures kept chanting and reading, but I could tell the wind was disrupting their ritual. Pages in the large book started flipping on their own, making it impossible for the reader to continue with whatever they'd been saying. The wind got stronger and stronger until it felt like being in the middle of a hurricane. I had to squint to keep dirt and leaves from blowing into my eyes, and I could barely hear the chanting anymore over the sound of the wind rushing through the trees. Then something incredible happened. Individual pages started tearing out of the large book and flying up into the air. As they flew around in the wind, they burst into flames, creating these spirals of burning paper that lit up the whole forest. Within 30 seconds, dozens of pages were flying through the air on fire, creating this amazing light show of burning text swirling overhead. The robed figures were backing away from the book, apparently unable to control what was happening to their ritual. I felt the paralysis in my legs starting to break. I could wiggle my toes, then shift my weight from one foot to the other. The wind and the burning pages seemed to be breaking whatever spiritual force had been holding me in that circle. More and more pages kept tearing out of the book and catching fire, until the air above the forest looked like it was full of burning birds or angels. The light from all the flaming paper was so bright that I could see deep into the forest around us, and the robed figures were retreating back into the darkness. I tried to run, to get away from the circle and escape into the forest, but before I could take more than a couple steps, everything went black. The next thing I knew, I was lying in my bed again, staring up at my bedroom ceiling, but I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed, lying flat on my back, unable to even turn my head or blink my eyes. I could see my alarm clock showing 3:17 a.m., and I could hear the normal sounds of my house at night, the refrigerator humming, the heater clicking on and off, my parents' bedroom door creaking. Everything seemed normal except for the presence I could feel in the room with me. There was definitely something there, something heavy and oppressive that was making the air feel thick and hard to breathe. I couldn't see it, but I could sense it standing somewhere near the foot of my bed, just watching me. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only about 15 seconds, I lay there completely helpless while this invisible presence loomed over me. I tried to pray, but I was so terrified and disoriented that I couldn't form coherent thoughts. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the paralysis broke and the presence disappeared. I could move my arms and legs again. I could turn my head and sit up in bed. The oppressive feeling in the room was completely gone. I sat up and turned on every light in my bedroom, then checked my alarm clock again, 3:18 a.m. Whatever had just happened to me, it had lasted less than 2 minutes in real time, even though the forest experience had felt like it went on for at least 20 or 30 minutes. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, praying and reading my Bible until the sun came up. I called our youth pastor first thing the next morning and told him what had happened. He believed me completely and said he'd had similar experiences himself after dealing with occult-related ministry. He explained that sometimes when you're exposed to testimonies about spiritual warfare, it can make you a target for the same kinds of attacks the person was describing. He said the ritual I'd experienced was probably a real event happening somewhere in the spiritual realm, and I'd been pulled into it because of my exposure to the testimony the night before. What still bothers me most is how real it felt. The forest, the candles, the robed figures, the burning pages, everything had weight and substance and detail that dreams don't usually have. I could smell the smoke from the burning paper. I could feel the wind on my skin. I could hear the individual footsteps of each person approaching the circle. It wasn't like a vision or a dream where things are hazy or symbolic. It was like being physically transported to an actual place where real people were conducting a real ritual. I never had another experience like that, but I also became much more careful about what kinds of spiritual content I exposed myself to. I realized that hearing about spiritual warfare isn't just educational. It can actually draw you into the battle whether you want to participate or not. The former Satanist who spoke to our youth group had warned us that these forces are real and active, but I don't think any of us really understood what that meant until it happened to us personally. Now I know that spiritual warfare isn't just a metaphor or a theological concept. It's something that can reach right into your bedroom in the middle of the night and pull you into places you never wanted to go. And sometimes the only thing standing between you and that darkness is prayer and the power of God to send wind and fire to burn up whatever evil is trying to claim you. Story 7. Growing up as a pastor's kid, you see a lot of weird stuff that most people never have to deal with. I'm talking about the kind of things that happen when people come to your parents for help with problems that go way beyond normal family counseling or marriage advice. By the time I was in high school, I thought I'd seen everything. People claiming to be possessed, families dealing with unexplained phenomena in their homes, individuals convinced they were being followed by evil spirits. But nothing prepared me for what I witnessed at that family's house when I was 16. It's been 12 years since it happened, and I still get chills thinking about that Cheeto floating in midair, slowly disappearing bite by bite, while we all sat there watching something invisible eat it right in front of us. My dad had been the pastor at our church for about 8 years when this family approached him for help. They had a 15-year-old daughter who they said had been talking to an imaginary friend for the past 6 months. Now, imaginary friends aren't that unusual for younger kids, but by 15, most teenagers have moved on from that kind of thing. What made this situation different was how the parents described their daughter's behavior. She would have full conversations with empty spaces, getting angry when other family members walked through areas where she claimed her friend was sitting or standing. She'd set extra places at the dinner table and insist that no one else could use certain chairs because they were occupied. The parents were devout Christians, regular attendees at our church, and they were genuinely frightened by what they were seeing at home. The mother told my dad that their daughter would sometimes speak in a voice that didn't sound like her own, especially when she was supposedly talking to this invisible friend. My father took these kinds of cases seriously. He dealt with what he believed were genuine cases of demonic influence before, and he knew the difference between mental health issues and spiritual problems. He always recommended that families get psychological evaluations first, but in cases where that didn't provide answers, he was willing to get involved. This particular family had already taken their daughter to 3 different therapists and a psychiatrist. All of the professionals agreed that she didn't show signs of schizophrenia or any other mental illness that would typically cause hallucinations. She was functioning normally in school, maintaining friendships, and showing no other symptoms of psychological distress, apart from her insistence that she had this invisible companion. My dad asked me to come with him when he went to meet with the family at their house. This wasn't unusual. He often brought me along to these kinds of meetings because he said having another set of eyes and ears was helpful, and he was trying to prepare me for ministry work if I decided to follow in his footsteps. The family lived in a nice suburban neighborhood, the kind of place where every house has a well-maintained lawn and a 2-car garage. Nothing about their home looked unusual or creepy from the outside. It was a perfectly normal middle-class house that could have belonged to anyone in our congregation. The mother answered the door when we arrived, and I could immediately see the stress and exhaustion in her face. She looked like someone who hadn't been sleeping well for months. She led us into their living room, where the father and their daughter were waiting for us. The girl looked completely normal too. She was dressed in typical teenage clothes, jeans and a sweater, and she seemed polite and articulate when she introduced herself. If I'd met her anywhere else, I never would have suspected that anything unusual was going on in her life. But as soon as we sat down to start the conversation, I noticed something strange about her behavior. She kept glancing at a specific corner of the room, near the window, and occasionally she would tilt her head slightly, like she was listening to someone speaking very quietly. My dad started by asking the family to describe what they'd been experiencing. The parents took turns explaining how their daughter's behavior had changed over the past 6 months, how she'd become withdrawn from the family while simultaneously becoming very protective of her invisible friend. The girl didn't seem embarrassed or defensive about the discussion. She listened calmly while her parents described her behavior, occasionally nodding or correcting small details in their account. When my dad asked her directly about her friend, she was matter-of-fact about it. She said his name was whatever name came to her mind in the moment. She never used the same name twice when I heard her talk about him later. She described him as being about her age, maybe a little older, and said he understood her better than anyone in her family did. She claimed he'd been protecting her from things that her parents wouldn't understand. When my dad asked what kinds of things she needed protection from, her expression changed slightly. She looked directly at me for the first time since we'd arrived and said that some people brought negative energy with them, and her friend didn't like it when those people were around. I felt this weird chill when she said that, like the temperature in the room had dropped a few degrees. Her parents exchanged glances, and I could tell this wasn't the first time she'd made comments about people bringing negative energy. My dad continued asking questions about when these interactions with her friend happened most often, whether she saw him or just heard him, and how long their conversations typically lasted. She answered everything calmly and consistently, never contradicting herself or seeming unsure about details. After about an hour of discussion, the mother asked if we'd like to stay for dinner. She said they'd love to have us join them, and it might give us a chance to observe their family dynamics in a more natural setting. My dad agreed, and we moved from the living room to their dining room. The dining room was set up normally with 5 place settings around a rectangular table. Nothing unusual about the setup, just a typical family dinner arrangement with 2 extra places for my dad and me. But as soon as we walked into the dining room, the girl's behavior changed noticeably. She immediately went to one of the chairs and put her hand on the back of it, then looked at me and said I couldn't sit there because her friend was already sitting in that spot. The chair she was referring to was directly across from where my dad had started to sit down. It was a perfectly normal wooden dining chair, identical to the others around the table, but she was treating it like someone was physically occupying it. I looked at the chair, and obviously I couldn't see anyone there. But the girl was staring at it with this expression of concentration, like she was listening to someone speaking. After a few seconds, she looked at me again and said her friend didn't want me sitting anywhere near him because he didn't like the energy I was bringing into the house. Her parents looked mortified, and her mother quickly suggested that I take a different seat on the same side of the table as my dad. The girl watched me move, then nodded approvingly and said that was better. Throughout the dinner preparation and the meal itself, she continued to interact with this invisible presence. She would pause in the middle of conversations with her family to listen to something no one else could hear, then respond with comments like, "I know," or "You're right," or "Maybe later." The most unsettling part was how natural it seemed to her. She wasn't putting on a show or trying to get attention. She was genuinely interacting with something she believed was there, and she seemed annoyed that the rest of us couldn't see or hear it. About halfway through dinner, her mother brought out a bowl of Cheetos as a side snack. It was a large glass bowl filled with the regular orange Cheetos. Nothing special about it. She set it in the middle of the table where everyone could reach it. The girl immediately perked up when she saw the Cheetos. She looked toward the empty chair where she claimed her friend was sitting and asked if he wanted some. She paused like she was listening to a response, then nodded and reached for the bowl. But instead of taking Cheetos for herself, she positioned the bowl closer to the empty chair and asked again if her friend wanted her to get some for him. She was looking directly at the chair when she asked, and she paused again, like she was waiting for an answer. That's when it happened. A single Cheeto rose up out of the bowl by itself. I'm not exaggerating or misremembering what I saw. One Cheeto lifted straight up from the pile, about 6 inches above the rim of the bowl, and just hung there in mid-air. No strings, no tricks, no hidden wires or magnets. It was just floating in space, like gravity had stopped working for that one piece of food. My dad and I both saw it at the exact same time. We both stopped chewing and stared at this impossible thing hovering above the bowl. The girl's parents saw it too. I could hear her mother gasp and her father whisper something under his breath. But the girl acted like this was completely normal. She smiled and said something like, "I thought you might be hungry," to the empty chair. Like having food float in the air was just another part of dinner conversation. The Cheeto stayed suspended there for maybe 10 seconds, rotating slowly like it was being turned around by invisible fingers. Then, while we all watched, it started to disappear. Not all at once, but in small bites. Little pieces would vanish from one end, then the middle, then the other end, like something was methodically eating it bit by bit. You could actually see the bite marks appearing in the Cheeto as it got smaller and smaller. The whole process took about 30 seconds. We sat there in complete silence, watching this thing get consumed by something we couldn't see. When the last piece disappeared, there was nothing left. No crumbs falling to the table, no trace that anything had been there at all. That's when the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Up until that moment, even with all the weird behavior and invisible friend talk, the dinner had felt relatively normal. Unusual, yes, but not threatening or dangerous. But the second the Cheeto finished disappearing, I felt this heavy, oppressive presence settle over the entire room. It was like the air got thicker and harder to breathe. The temperature seemed to drop, and I could feel this sense of anger or hostility that hadn't been there before. It was coming from the direction of the empty chair, and it was focused directly on my dad and me. The girl's expression changed too. The friendly, polite demeanor she'd maintained throughout the evening was gone, replaced by something much colder and more hostile. Her eyes seemed darker, and when she looked at us, it felt like she was looking through us rather than at us. When she spoke again, her voice was completely different. It was deeper, more mature, and had this edge to it that made my skin crawl. She told us that we needed to leave immediately because her friend was angry that we were there. The way she said it wasn't like a teenage girl asking unwelcome guests to go home. It was like a warning, delivered in a tone that suggested something bad would happen if we didn't comply quickly. My dad immediately stood up and thanked the family for dinner, making it clear that we were going to respect their wishes and leave. But I could see in his face that he was just as shaken by what we'd witnessed as I was. The girl's parents looked terrified. They walked us to the door quickly, and I could hear them whispering apologies for their daughter's behavior. But they also seemed relieved that we were leaving, like they were afraid of what might happen if we stayed any longer. As we were getting into our car, I looked back at the house and saw the girl standing in the front window, watching us. Even from that distance, I could tell she was still wearing that cold, hostile expression that had replaced her earlier friendliness. My dad didn't say much during the drive home, but I could tell he was processing what we'd experienced. He'd dealt with a lot of unusual situations in his ministry, but I don't think he'd ever seen something so blatantly supernatural happen right in front of him. When we got home, he told my mother what had happened, and the three of us spent several hours discussing what we'd witnessed and what it might mean. My dad was convinced that the girl was dealing with some form of demonic influence, and he started making plans to help the family arrange for a deliverance session. 2 weeks later, the family contacted my dad again. They said their daughter's behavior had gotten much worse since our visit, and they were desperate for help. My dad organized a deliverance session that lasted 6 hours, involving several other pastors from our area who had experience with this kind of spiritual warfare. I wasn't present for the deliverance session. My dad said it would be too intense and potentially dangerous for someone my age to witness, but he told me afterward that it had been one of the most difficult and disturbing experiences of his ministry career. According to my dad, the session had appeared to be successful initially. The girl seemed to be freed from whatever influence had been controlling her, and for several weeks afterward she acted like a normal teenager again. No more invisible friend, no more strange behavior, no more floating objects or supernatural phenomena. But the relief didn't last long. A few months later, we heard that the girl had gotten involved with some kind of cult group that practiced occult rituals. Her parents tried to intervene, but she was legally old enough to make her own decisions, and she moved out of their house to live with other cult members. The last update we received was devastating. The girl had died during some kind of ritual that the cult was performing. The details were never made completely clear to us, but the implication was that the same spiritual forces that had been influencing her earlier had found another way to get control of her life. To this day, I don't know if we could have done something different to help her. Maybe if the deliverance session had been more thorough, or if we'd been able to provide better follow-up support, she might have stayed free from those influences. But what I do know is that I saw something that night that fundamentally changed my understanding of spiritual warfare. I watched a piece of food float in the air and get eaten by something invisible right in front of multiple witnesses, in a perfectly normal suburban dining room. I've never seen anything like it before or since, but I know it was real. It wasn't a magic trick or a hallucination or a shared delusion. Something supernatural was in that house, something that could manipulate physical objects and influence a teenage girl's behavior and personality. And the most terrifying part is knowing that it wasn't content to just play tricks with snack food. Whatever was controlling that girl was actively working to destroy her life, and ultimately, it succeeded. Sometimes I wonder if that thing is still out there, looking for other vulnerable people to influence and control. And sometimes, late at night, I remember the way that Cheeto rotated slowly in mid-air before disappearing bite by bite. And I realize that there are forces in this world that are much more real and much more dangerous than most people could ever imagine. Story 8. I never believed in ghosts or spirits until I spent that summer at my grandmother's house in Pakistan when I was 16. People always think kids from Western countries don't believe in supernatural stuff, But it's not that we don't believe. We just never had reasons to believe. But after what happened in that old wooden armoire in the corner of my grandmother's house, I learned that some things exist, whether you believe in them or not. My family had moved to the United States when I was 5, so I barely remembered Pakistan or my grandmother's house. My parents decided it was important for me to connect with my cultural roots, so they arranged for me to spend 2 months with my grandmother during summer break. My cousin, who was about a year younger than me, would be there too, which made the whole trip seem less intimidating. The flight to Karachi took forever, and then there was another few hours driving to my grandmother's village. By the time we arrived at her house, I was exhausted and disoriented from the jet lag. But even through my tiredness, I was struck by how different everything looked from what I was used to back home. My grandmother's house was probably built sometime in the 1940s or 50s, back when people constructed homes to last for generations. The ceilings were at least 12 feet high, with thick wooden beams running across them. The corridors seemed to stretch on forever, connecting rooms that each served specific purposes. One for cooking, one for eating, several for sleeping, and others that seemed to be used mainly for storage. Everything was made from heavy, dark wood that had been polished and maintained for decades. The floors were covered with intricate tile patterns, and the walls were thick enough that you could barely hear sounds from one room when you were in another. During the day, the house stayed cool despite the intense heat outside, but at night it felt almost cold. My grandmother was this tiny, energetic woman who seemed to know everything about everyone in the village. She spoke rapid-fire Urdu mixed with English when she was excited, and she was constantly bustling around the house, organizing things and making sure everyone was comfortable. She'd been living alone in that huge house for almost 10 years since my grandfather passed away. My cousin arrived 2 days after I did, and having someone closer to my own age around made the whole experience much more enjoyable. We spent our days exploring the village, meeting relatives I'd never heard of, and trying to understand the local customs and social dynamics. It was fascinating but also overwhelming, like being dropped into a completely different world. The house had about 8 or 9 rooms, not counting the kitchen and bathrooms. Most of them were still used regularly. My grandmother's bedroom, the main sitting room where we'd gather in the evenings, a formal dining room for special occasions. But there was one room at the end of the longest corridor that seemed to be used mainly for storage. This room wasn't completely abandoned or anything, but it had this feel of being forgotten. The furniture was covered with old sheets, and there were boxes of things stacked along the walls. My grandmother had explained that this used to be my grandfather's study, where he'd keep his books and papers when he was working as a government clerk. In the corner of this room, pushed back against the wall, was this massive wooden armoire. It had to be at least 7 feet tall and probably 4 feet wide, made from the same dark, heavy wood as everything else in the house. The wood was carved with these intricate patterns around the edges, the kind of craftsmanship that you don't see anymore. The armoire had 2 large doors in the front, with brass handles that had turned green from age. There was also a smaller drawer at the bottom, though it looked like it hadn't been opened in years. The whole piece of furniture had this imposing presence, like it was watching over the room, even though it was just sitting there empty. I asked my grandmother about it during my first week there, just making casual conversation while she was showing me around the house. She paused when I mentioned the armoire and got this thoughtful expression on her face, like she was trying to decide how much to tell me. She said it had belonged to her mother-in-law, my great-grandmother, who had passed away before I was born. Apparently, it was one of the few pieces of furniture that had been in the family for several generations, probably dating back to the early 1900s, or maybe even earlier. Then she said something that stuck with me, though I didn't think much of it at the time. She mentioned casually that there was a story about that armoire, but she said it in this offhand way that suggested it wasn't particularly important. Just one of those family legends that gets passed down through generations without anyone really believing it anymore. I asked what kind of story, but she just smiled and changed the subject, starting to talk about dinner preparations or some other practical matter. It was clear she didn't want to elaborate, so I let it drop. My cousin and I started spending more time in that room during our second week there, mainly because it was cooler than the rest of the house during the hottest part of the day. We'd drag some cushions in there and use it as a sort of private hangout space where we could talk without my grandmother constantly checking on us. The armoire became part of the scenery, just another piece of old furniture that we'd work around when we were arranging our temporary seating area. Sometimes I'd notice the brass handles catching the light in an interesting way, or I'd run my hand along the carved patterns when I was walking past it, but it was just a piece of furniture, nothing more. My cousin mentioned once that she'd always found that room a little unsettling, but she couldn't explain why. She said it felt different from the other rooms in the house, cooler and quieter, like sounds didn't carry the same way. I knew what she meant. There was something about the atmosphere in there that was different from the rest of the house. But we were teenagers staying in a foreign country, so everything felt a little strange and unfamiliar to us. I figured the weird feeling was just part of adjusting to an old house with different acoustics and different lighting than what we were used to. The incident happened during our third week there, on a Tuesday night that had been particularly hot and humid all day. Even after the sun went down, the temperature barely dropped and the air felt thick and heavy. My grandmother had opened all the windows in the house, trying to get some kind of breeze moving through the corridors. My cousin and I had gone to bed around 10:30, but neither of us could fall asleep because of the heat. We were sharing a room with 2 single beds, and we kept tossing and turning, trying to find comfortable positions on mattresses that felt too warm, no matter how we arranged ourselves. Around midnight, we gave up trying to sleep and decided to go sit in the storage room where it was cooler. We brought some water bottles and a small battery-powered fan that one of my relatives had given us, thinking we could just wait there until the temperature dropped enough for us to go back to bed. The house was completely quiet at that hour. My grandmother had gone to sleep around 9:30, and there were no sounds from outside except for the occasional dog barking in the distance. The corridors felt different at night, longer and more maze-like than they seemed during the day. We settled into our usual spot in the storage room, with our backs against the wall opposite the armoire. The moonlight was coming through the window at an angle that illuminated part of the room, but left the corner where the armoire stood in deep shadow. We talked quietly for about 2 hours, mostly about our plans for the rest of the summer and our observations about the cultural differences we were experiencing. It was one of those conversations you have late at night when you can't sleep, where you end up discussing things you probably wouldn't talk about during the day. Around 2:15 in the morning, we started to get drowsy. The temperature had finally dropped a few degrees, and the fan was making the room comfortable enough that we thought we might be able to sleep. We were gathering up our water bottles and getting ready to head back to our bedroom when we heard the first sound. It was a soft tapping noise, like someone gently knocking on wood with their knuckles. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the room, but we couldn't immediately identify where. We both froze and listened carefully, trying to figure out what it could be. My first thought was that it might be a rat or some other small animal that had gotten trapped somewhere in the walls or behind one of the pieces of covered furniture. Old houses in hot climates often have problems with rodents, and the sound was subtle enough that it could have been something small moving around. We waited for about 30 seconds, listening intently, but the sound didn't repeat. My cousin whispered that it was probably nothing, maybe just the old wood settling or expanding as the temperature changed. That seemed reasonable, so we started to head toward the door again. That's when we heard it again. This time, It was definitely three distinct knocks coming from the direction of the armoire. They weren't random tapping sounds or the kind of irregular noise an animal would make. These were deliberate, evenly spaced knocks, like someone was using their knuckles to tap on the inside of the wooden doors. Knock, knock, knock. Each knock was soft but clearly audible in the quiet room. They came from inside the armoire, not from the outside or from anywhere else in the room. And they had this hollow, echoing quality that suggested there was empty space on the other side of wherever the knocking was coming from. My cousin grabbed my arm and I could feel her hand shaking. We both stared at the armoire, which was still mostly hidden in shadow, trying to process what we'd just heard. The logical part of my brain was still trying to find rational explanations. Maybe a bird had gotten trapped inside, or maybe there was some kind of mechanism in the old furniture that made noise when the temperature changed. But the knocking had been too regular, too intentional, to be explained by anything random or mechanical. We stood there for another minute, waiting to see if it would happen again. The room was completely silent except for our breathing and the quiet hum of our battery-powered fan. No more knocking, no other sounds that might explain what we'd heard. Then we heard something much worse. It started as this very faint scratching sound, like someone was dragging their fingernails slowly across wood. The sound was coming from inside the armoire, and it had this deliberate, patient quality that made my skin crawl immediately. It wasn't the quick, random scratching you'd hear from an animal trying to get out of a confined space. This was slow and methodical, like someone was carefully drawing lines or patterns on the interior surface of the wooden doors. The scratching would go on for 5 or 10 seconds, then pause, then continue in a slightly different area. My cousin and I looked at each other with the same expression of terror and disbelief. There was no way to explain away what we were hearing. Something was inside that armoire, and it was deliberately making sounds that seemed designed to get our attention. The scratching continued for what felt like several minutes, but was probably only about 30 seconds. Long enough for us to understand that this wasn't our imagination or a one-time weird noise. Something was actively moving around inside that piece of furniture. That's when we decided we needed to get out of that room immediately and find the adults. We grabbed our water bottles and fan and practically ran down the corridor to the main part of the house where my mother and aunt were sleeping. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might wake everyone up on its own. My mother was staying in the room next to my grandmother's, and my aunt was in another bedroom down the hall. We went to my mother first, knocking on her door and whispering urgently that we needed to talk to her right away. She opened the door looking confused and concerned, probably wondering why we were up and agitated at 2:30 in the morning. When we tried to explain what we'd heard, she initially seemed skeptical, like maybe we'd been having nightmares or letting our imaginations run wild in an unfamiliar house. But something about the way we were both shaking and the consistency of our story convinced her that we genuinely experienced something that had frightened us. She got dressed quickly and went to wake up my aunt, explaining that we needed both of them to come check on something in the storage room. My aunt's reaction was different from my mother's. As soon as my mother mentioned the armoire and the sounds we'd described, my aunt's expression became very serious. She didn't seem surprised or skeptical. She just nodded and said they needed to go look at it immediately. The four of us walked back down the corridor toward the storage room, with my mother and aunt leading the way, and my cousin and me following behind. I was dreading going back into that room, but I also desperately wanted some adult explanation for what we'd experienced. When we reached the storage room, everything was exactly as we'd left it, except that our cushions and belongings looked somehow smaller and less significant in the space. The armoire was still standing in its corner, looking massive and imposing in the dim light from the corridor. My aunt walked directly over to the armoire while my mother stayed near the doorway with my cousin and me. My aunt put her ear close to the wooden doors and listened for about 30 seconds. then tried the brass handles to see if they were locked. The handles turned easily, and she pulled both doors open at the same time. The interior of the armoire was almost completely empty. There were a few wooden hangers hanging from a rod near the top, and at the back there was a single white dupatta, a traditional headscarf, hanging from a rusty metal hook. The dupatta looked old and yellowed with age, but it was clean and neatly arranged like someone had deliberately hung it there. Other than that, there was nothing inside the armoire that could have made the sounds we'd heard. My aunt reached inside and moved the dupatta aside, checking to see if there was anything behind it or if there were any loose boards that might explain the knocking and scratching. She examined the interior walls carefully, running her hands along the wood to feel for any irregularities or hidden compartments. She didn't find anything unusual. The interior of the armoire was solid wood construction, with no loose parts, no hidden spaces, and no signs of animal activity. Whatever had been making those sounds had left no trace of its presence. My mother asked us to describe exactly what we'd heard and when, and we went through the whole sequence again: the initial soft knocking, the 3 deliberate knocks, and then the prolonged scratching sounds. My aunt listened to our description with this thoughtful expression, like she was comparing our account to something she already knew. After examining the armoire thoroughly and finding nothing that could explain the sounds, my aunt closed the doors again and suggested that we all go back to bed. She said there was nothing dangerous in the room, and that whatever we'd heard was probably not something we needed to worry about. But I could tell from her tone and body language that she wasn't dismissing our experience. She believed we'd heard something real, but she also didn't seem surprised or particularly concerned about it. It was like she had expected something like this to happen eventually. My cousin and I were way too shaken up to go back to sleep in our regular bedroom, so my mother arranged for us to sleep in the main sitting room where we'd feel safer. We dragged our mattresses out there and tried to settle down, but both of us were still on high alert, listening for any unusual sounds from other parts of the house. We didn't hear anything else that night, but neither of us slept very well. Every normal house sound, the wooden beams settling, the wind through the windows, even our own breathing, seemed amplified and potentially threatening. The next morning, my grandmother was up early as usual, preparing breakfast and organizing the day's activities. She noticed that we'd slept in the sitting room and asked if everything was okay. My mother briefly explained what had happened during the night, describing the sounds we'd heard coming from the armoire. My grandmother's reaction was exactly what I should have expected based on her personality, but it still caught me off guard. She just smiled and nodded, like my mother had told her something completely ordinary. Then she said in this matter-of-fact tone that the armoire was very old and that old things sometimes had other old things living inside them. She didn't elaborate on what she meant by that, and she didn't seem concerned or surprised by what we'd experienced. It was like she was explaining that water boils when you heat it, or that the sun rises in the east. Just a simple fact about the way the world works. I asked her what kind of old things lived in the armoire, but she just smiled again and said that some things were better left undisturbed. Then she changed the subject to what we wanted for breakfast, making it clear that the discussion was over. My cousin and I talked about it privately later that day, trying to make sense of what had happened and what my grandmother's reaction meant. We both agreed that she obviously knew more about the armoire than she was willing to tell us, and that whatever we'd heard was probably not the first time something like that had occurred. We also realized that my aunt's calm, unsurprised reaction the night before suggested that she knew about the armoire's history too. The adults in our family were clearly aware of whatever was going on with that piece of furniture, but they'd decided it wasn't something they needed to share with the younger generation. For the rest of our stay at my grandmother's house, my cousin and I avoided the storage room entirely. We found other places to hang out during the hot afternoons, and we never went back to investigate the armoire further. Whatever was living inside it We decided we were better off leaving it alone. But sometimes, late at night, we'd hear faint sounds coming from that direction of the house. Never as clear or distinct as what we'd heard that first night, but just subtle enough to remind us that something was still there, still occasionally making its presence known. My grandmother never brought up the incident again, and neither did my mother or aunt. It was like it had been filed away as just another piece of family history that didn't require discussion or explanation. When I flew back to the United States at the end of the summer, I thought I'd be able to put the whole experience behind me. But even now, 15 years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear soft knocking sounds or the faint scratch of fingernails on wood. I never found out what the story about the armoire was, or what my grandmother meant when she said old things lived inside it. But I learned that some family legends exist for good reasons, and that sometimes the adults in your life know exactly what they're protecting you from when they choose not to share certain information. That armoire is probably still standing in the corner of that storage room, and whatever lives inside it is probably still there too, occasionally reminding anyone who listens that some things are much older than the houses that contain them. Story 9. I'm writing this because I need to get it out of my head, and maybe if I share what happened, someone else will have an explanation for what I experienced. This was about 5 years ago, and I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear that knocking on my porch, even though I live in a completely different place now. I was renting this old house out in the countryside, about an hour outside of town. It wasn't my first choice for a place to live, but it was cheap and I needed somewhere affordable while I was saving money and figuring out my next career move. The house was probably built in the 1950s or 60s, and it was raised up on wooden stilts about 4 feet off the ground. The whole structure was built from wood that had been weathered by decades of rain, snow, and heat. Every board, every joint, every nail had loosened up over the years, which meant that walking anywhere in that house created a symphony of creaks, groans, and squeaks. But the worst part was the front porch. The porch ran along the entire front of the house, maybe 30 feet long and 8 feet deep. It was supported by the same wooden stilts as the rest of the house, but the floorboards were even older and more warped than the ones inside. Every single step you took on that porch announced your presence to anyone within 100 yards. I'm not exaggerating when I say it was impossible to walk on that porch quietly. I tried dozens of times, thinking maybe if I stepped carefully along the edges where the boards met the support beams, or if I distributed my weight differently, I might be able to move around without making noise, but it never worked. The wood was so old and loose that even the lightest footstep would cause multiple boards to shift and creak. This became a real problem because my little cousin would come stay with me sometimes on weekends when his parents needed a babysitter. He was about 8 years old, and he was one of those kids who had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places. Every little sound would wake him up and make him anxious. The creaky porch meant that anyone approaching the house, mail carriers, delivery people, neighbors coming to visit, would create this long, loud announcement of their arrival. You'd hear the footsteps starting from the moment they stepped onto the first porch board, and you could track their entire journey across the porch until they reached the front door. My cousin actually liked this aspect of the house because it made him feel safer. He said it was like having a burglar alarm that would warn us if anyone was trying to sneak up on us. And he had a point. There was definitely no way for someone to approach the front door without us knowing about it. The house came with a set of wooden steps that led up from the ground to the porch level. These steps were just as creaky as the porch itself, if not worse. There were 5 steps total, and each one would groan and complain when you put your weight on it. The 4th step from the bottom had this particularly loud squeak that you could hear from inside the house even with the windows closed. I'd been living there for about 6 months when the incident happened. It was a Friday night in October, and my cousin was staying over for the weekend while his parents went out of town for their anniversary. We'd had a pretty normal evening, watched some movies, played some video games, made popcorn for a late-night snack. The weather had been perfect that day, one of those crisp autumn nights where the air is cool and clear and you can see more stars than usual. We'd opened a few windows to let in the fresh air, and the house had this comfortable, cozy feeling that made both of us relaxed and ready for a good night's sleep. My cousin had been staying over often enough that he had his own routine in the house. He'd set up a sleeping bag on the floor of my bedroom because he didn't like sleeping alone in the spare room. I didn't mind the company, and it seemed to help him feel more secure in an unfamiliar environment. We'd gone to bed around 10:30, which was later than his usual bedtime, but still reasonable for a weekend sleepover. He'd fallen asleep pretty quickly, and I was just starting to drift off myself when I heard the first sound. It was about 2:15 in the morning when the knocking started. The sound was coming from the front porch, and it was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It wasn't the sharp, urgent knocking of someone who needed help, or the polite tapping of a neighbor who didn't want to wake everyone up. These were slow, deliberate, rhythmic knocks that seemed to go on forever. Knock, 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 knock. Each knock was spaced about 2 seconds apart, and they were all exactly the same volume and intensity. It sounded like someone was using their knuckles to tap on the front door, but with this mechanical precision that no human hand could maintain for that long. What made it even more disturbing was that I hadn't heard anyone approach the house. Remember, those porch boards and steps were impossible to walk on quietly, but I hadn't heard a single creak or footstep before the knocking started. It was like someone had just materialized on my porch without using the steps at all. I lay in bed, listening to this rhythmic knocking, trying to figure out what it could be. My first thought was that maybe it was a tree branch hitting the house in the wind, but there hadn't been any wind that evening, and the knocking was too regular to be random movement. The knocking continued for exactly 1 minute. I know because I was staring at my alarm clock the whole time, watching the digital display change as those slow, steady knocks continued without variation. Then, at 2:16 a.m., it stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was almost as unsettling as the knocking had been. I waited, listening for footsteps or voices or any indication of who had been making that sound and where they'd gone. But there was nothing, just the normal quiet sounds of the house settling and the distant hum of the refrigerator. I was starting to convince myself that it had been some kind of weird acoustic phenomenon, maybe sounds carrying from somewhere else and seeming to come from my porch, when it started again. This time it was different. Instead of the slow, rhythmic knocking from before, this was 3 loud, forceful bangs that shook the front door in its frame. Bang, bang, bang. These weren't polite knocks asking for permission to enter. These were demands, like someone was hitting the door with their fist and expecting immediate attention. The force behind each bang was strong enough that I could feel the vibrations through the floor of my bedroom. That's when my cousin woke up. I saw him sit up in his sleeping bag and turn to look at me with this expression of pure terror. His eyes were wide and focused, not the confused look of someone who'd just been awakened from deep sleep. He'd heard the knocking too, and he was just as frightened by it as I was. We stared at each other for about 10 seconds without saying anything. I could see in his face that he was hoping I would explain what was happening, that I would have some adult knowledge about why someone was banging on our door at 2:16 in the morning, but I had no explanation to offer. I was just as confused and scared as he was. The forceful banging stopped after those 3 hits, and again, we were left with silence. But this time the silence felt different, more tense and expectant, like whatever was out there was waiting for a response from us. I whispered to my cousin that everything was probably okay, that it was probably just someone who was lost or confused and needed help. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it myself. The combination of the slow, mechanical knocking followed by the aggressive banging didn't fit the pattern of someone seeking assistance. My cousin whispered back that he was scared and didn't want me to open the door. He said something about the knocking sounded wrong, like it wasn't made by a real person. I told him we didn't have to open the door, that we could just wait and see if whoever it was went away on their own. But I was also thinking about the logistics of what we'd heard. How had someone gotten onto my porch without making any noise on those incredibly creaky boards? And if they were still out there, why couldn't I hear them moving around or talking or doing anything that would indicate human presence? I decided I needed to at least look out the window to see if I could figure out what was going on. The bedroom had a small window that faced toward the front yard, and from there I could see part of the porch and the steps leading up to it. I got out of bed as quietly as possible and crept over to the window. The moon was almost full that night, so there was enough light to see the porch area clearly. I pulled the curtain back just enough to peek outside, expecting to see someone standing near my front door, or maybe walking around the porch trying to find another way in. But the porch was completely empty. I could see the entire front porch clearly in the moonlight, and there was absolutely no one there. The chairs I kept out there were exactly where I'd left them, and there were no signs that anyone had been walking around or disturbing anything. More importantly, I could see the steps leading up to the porch, and they were empty too. If someone had left after making that noise, I should have been able to see them walking away across the open yard in front of the house. But there was no movement anywhere in my line of sight. I stood at the window for about 5 minutes, scanning every part of the yard and porch area I could see, looking for any sign of human activity. Nothing. It was like whoever had been knocking on my door had simply vanished into thin air. When I got back into bed, my cousin immediately asked what I'd seen. I told him there was no one on the porch, that whoever had been knocking must have left already. But I could tell from his expression that this explanation didn't make him feel any better. We both lay there awake for the rest of the night, listening for any other unusual sounds. Every normal house noise, the heater cycling on and off, the wood settling, even our own breathing, seemed amplified and potentially threatening. But we didn't hear any more knocking or banging. When the sun came up around 6:30, I went outside to examine the porch more carefully. I was looking for any evidence that someone had actually been there. Footprints, marks on the door, anything that might explain what we'd experienced. The wooden boards of the porch showed no signs of disturbance. There were no scuff marks, no dirt or debris that would indicate someone had been walking around. The front door looked exactly as it always did, with no scratches or marks that would suggest someone had been hitting it with unusual force. I checked the steps too, looking for footprints in the dirt around the base of the house. The ground there was soft enough that footprints should have been clearly visible, especially if someone had been walking around in the middle of the night. But I found nothing. No prints, no disturbed soil, no indication that anyone had approached the house recently. This bothered me more than if I'd found evidence of an intruder. At least then I would have had some rational explanation for what we'd heard. The complete absence of any physical evidence made the whole experience feel surreal and impossible. My cousin didn't want to talk about it much over the weekend. He seemed to be trying to convince himself that it had been a dream or his imagination, but I could tell it had really shaken him up because he was more clingy and nervous than usual, and he kept asking when his parents were coming to pick him up. I didn't have any more incidents for about 2 weeks after that. Life went back to normal, and I started to think that whatever had happened that night was just a one-time weird occurrence that I'd never be able to explain. But then I had the dream. It happened on a Tuesday night, exactly 2 weeks after the knocking incident. I'd gone to bed at my usual time and fallen asleep normally, but sometime in the early morning hours, I had one of the most vivid and disturbing dreams of my entire life. In the dream, I woke up in my own bed and looked toward the window. The same window I'd looked through that night when I was checking for intruders. But this time, I could see someone sitting on my porch. It was a boy who looked to be about 9 or 10 years old. He was sitting in one of my porch chairs like he'd been invited to make himself comfortable. But everything about him was wrong in ways that made my dream self immediately terrified. He was dressed formally, like he was going to church or a fancy family dinner. White button-down shirt, dark vest, dress pants that looked too clean, and pressed for a child who'd be sitting outside in the middle of the night. His hair was neatly combed and parted, and his posture was perfect, sitting up straight with his hands folded in his lap. But his eyes were what made him truly horrifying. Where normal human eyes would have whites and colored irises, his eyes were completely black. Not just dark brown or very dark blue, completely black, like looking into deep holes or empty sockets. There was no reflection of light, no variation in color, just solid black that seemed to absorb everything around it. When he noticed me looking at him through the window, he smiled. It was a perfectly normal child's smile in terms of the shape and movement. But coming from that face with those horrible black eyes, it looked absolutely demonic. Then he spoke, and I could hear his voice clearly even though he was outside and I was supposedly inside behind a closed window. He said in this calm, matter-of-fact tone, "No one will ever forgive you." Not really. I didn't understand what he meant, and in the dream I tried to ask him what he was talking about, but before I could speak, he started laughing. The laugh started out sounding like a normal child's giggle, high-pitched and innocent, but as it continued, it began to change. It got deeper and more resonant until it sounded like an adult man's laughter coming out of this child's body. But it didn't stop there. The laughter kept getting deeper and more unnatural until it was vibrating through the wooden boards of the porch, like some kind of bass frequency that was too low for human voices. I could feel the vibrations through the floor of my bedroom, through my bed, through my entire body. The sound was so powerful and so wrong that it felt like it was going to shake the house apart. And all the while, that boy was sitting there with his perfect posture and his formal clothes and those terrible black eyes, laughing with this inhuman sound that seemed to come from something much larger and more dangerous than a 10-year-old child. I woke up from the dream gasping and covered in sweat, with my heart pounding like I'd been running. The house was completely quiet, and when I looked at my alarm clock, it was exactly 2:30 in the morning, almost the same time as when the knocking had occurred 2 weeks earlier. I immediately went to the window to check if anyone was actually on my porch, but of course there was no one there, just my empty chairs and the quiet night. But here's the thing that still bothers me about that dream. It didn't feel like a dream while it was happening. It felt completely real, like I had actually woken up and looked outside and seen that boy sitting there. The details were too vivid, too consistent, too specific to be something my unconscious mind had invented. And the thing he said, "No one will ever forgive you." Not really. What did that mean? Forgive me for what? I couldn't think of anything I'd done that would require forgiveness, at least nothing serious enough to warrant a visit from some supernatural entity. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that the dream and the knocking incident were connected. Maybe the boy had been there that first night too, but I just hadn't been able to see him when I looked out the window. Maybe he'd been sitting in my chair that whole time, making those rhythmic knocks and then the forceful banging, waiting for me to come outside and face him directly. I never had another experience like that in the time I lived in that house, but I also became much more paranoid about sounds coming from the porch. Every time the wind blew or a branch scraped against the house, I'd wake up and check to make sure no one was out there. I moved out about 6 months later, not specifically because of what had happened, but because I found a better job in a different city. But I never forgot about the boy with the black eyes, or the knocking that came from someone who couldn't have been there. Sometimes I wonder if he's still sitting on that porch, waiting for the next person who rents that house. And sometimes I wonder what he meant about forgiveness, and whether someday I'll understand what I supposedly need to be forgiven for. But mostly, I just try not to think about it. Because even 5 years later, remembering those black eyes and that inhuman laughter is enough to make me check the locks on all my doors and windows before I go to sleep. Some things are better left unexplained, even if the not knowing haunts you forever. Story 10. I grew up on a farm in rural Maine, and I'm 34 now, but I still can't look at apple trees without feeling sick to my stomach. People think I'm weird when I tell them I won't eat apples or drink apple cider, or even walk past the produce section in grocery stores when the apples are on display. But they don't understand what I lived through in that house, what was waiting in those trees behind our property. Our farm had been in my family for 3 generations. My grandfather bought the land back in the 1930s, when you could still get decent acreage in Maine for a reasonable price. The house was old even then, probably built around 1900, with those thick wooden walls and small windows that kept the heat in during brutal Maine winters. Behind the house, maybe 200 yards from our back door, there was an apple orchard that had been abandoned for as long as anyone could remember. My dad said his father had told him that the previous owners used to maintain it, but something had happened that made them stop caring for the trees. He never knew what exactly, just that one year they stopped pruning and harvesting, and after that, the orchard was left to go wild. By the time I was old enough to notice it, the orchard was this twisted, overgrown mess of gnarled apple trees that hadn't been properly maintained in decades. The branches grew in strange directions, tangling together and creating these dark spaces underneath where you couldn't see the ground. The trees were still alive and still produced apples, but they were small and bitter, the kind that would fall to the ground and rot because even the deer wouldn't eat them. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor of our house, and it had a window that looked directly out toward the orchard. During the day, the view wasn't too bad. You could see the twisted trees and the overgrown grass, and it just looked like any other piece of neglected farmland. But at night, especially when there was a moon, those trees looked like something out of a nightmare. From the time I was 6 years old, I started having the same dream over and over again. In the dream, I'd wake up in my bed and hear something trying to get into our house. But it wasn't coming through the doors or windows like a normal intruder would. Instead, it was somehow squeezing itself through the tiny gaps around the window frames, or through cracks in the walls that were too small for anything to fit through. The thing in my dreams was tall and impossibly thin, like someone had taken a normal person and stretched them out until they were 8 or 9 feet tall, but no wider than a broomstick. It moved in this fluid, boneless way that made it able to compress itself and slide through openings that should have been way too small. I never saw its face clearly in the dreams, but I could tell it was looking for me specifically. It would move through the house, checking different rooms, getting closer and closer to where I was hiding. The worst part was that I could hear it whispering my name as it searched, but the voice wasn't quite right. It sounded like someone trying to imitate a human voice, but not quite getting it right. These dreams happened at least once a week for years. I'd wake up sweating and terrified, and it would take me hours to fall back asleep. My parents took me to doctors, thinking maybe I had some kind of sleep disorder, but the doctors said nightmares were normal for kids and I'd probably grow out of them, but I didn't grow out of them. If anything, they got more frequent and more detailed as I got older. Our dog, a mixed breed named Rex, had this strange behavior that my parents could never explain. Every night around sunset, he would start getting restless and whining to go outside. Once we let him out, he would run straight to the edge of our backyard, where our property bordered the abandoned orchard. Then he would start circling the orchard, staying maybe 20 feet away from the tree line, barking at something none of us could see. He'd run back and forth along the border between our yard and the orchard, barking and growling like he was warning something to stay away. The weird thing was that Rex would never, ever cross into the orchard itself. He'd get right up to the edge, sometimes with his front paws practically touching the line where our mowed grass ended and the wild growth of the orchard began. But he'd never take that final step. It was like there was an invisible fence keeping him out or keeping something in. This went on every single night for years. Rex would patrol that boundary for an hour or two after sunset, then come back to the house exhausted and spend the rest of the night sleeping deeply. My dad thought maybe there were coyotes or other predators in the orchard, but we never saw any evidence of wildlife in there. No tracks, no scat, no sounds during the day when we could have investigated safely. The older I got, the more the orchard bothered me. I couldn't even look at it directly for more than a few seconds without getting this overwhelming sense of dread. My bedroom window faced that direction, but I kept the curtains closed all the time. Even during the day, I couldn't stand the idea of those trees being visible from my room. When I had to walk past that window for any reason, I'd feel like something was watching me from the orchard, like if I looked out, even for a split second, I'd see something looking back at me that I really didn't want to see. So I just never looked. I'd walk past that window with my head turned away, focusing on anything else in the room. My parents thought this was just an extension of my nightmare problem, that I was letting my imagination get carried away. They'd tried to reassure me by pointing out that nothing bad had ever actually happened, that the orchard was just a bunch of old trees and my fears were irrational. But I knew they were wrong. There was something in those trees, something that had been there long before we moved to that farm, and it was waiting for the right opportunity to get closer to our house. The first time I realized I wasn't imagining things was when my uncle died. He'd been my dad's younger brother, and he'd lived about an hour away from our farm. He died suddenly of a heart attack when I was 14, which was devastating for our whole family because he'd been young and healthy and no one saw it coming. The night after his funeral, I had a dream that was different from my usual nightmares. In this dream, I woke up and looked out my bedroom window, something I never did in real life. I could see my uncle walking through the orchard, moving between the twisted apple trees like he was looking for something. He was calling my name, asking me to come outside and talk to him. In the dream, I was excited to see him because I'd been so sad about his death. I started to open the window so I could call back to him, but then I noticed something that made me freeze. The voice calling my name sounded like my uncle, but it wasn't quite right. It was like listening to a recording of his voice played back at slightly the wrong speed, or hearing someone doing a really good impression, but missing some crucial detail that made it obviously fake. In the dream, I realized that whatever was in the orchard had taken my uncle's appearance and was using it to try to get me to come outside. The thing walking between the trees looked like my uncle from a distance, but as I watched more carefully, I could see that its movements were wrong. It was too tall, and it moved with that same fluid, boneless motion I remembered from my other nightmares. I woke up from that dream more terrified than I'd ever been from the others, because this felt different. More real, more like a warning than just a random nightmare. And the fake version of my uncle had seemed to know that I was watching from my window, like it was aware of me in a way that dream figures usually aren't. After that, I became even more paranoid about looking toward the orchard. I stopped opening my bedroom curtains entirely, even during the day. I'd leave my room dark rather than risk catching a glimpse of those trees. But the thing that really convinced me that I wasn't just imagining everything was a conversation I had with our nearest neighbor, an elderly woman who lived about half a mile down the road from us. She was probably in her 70s, and she'd been living in the area longer than anyone else I knew. I was helping my dad deliver some firewood to her house, and while he was stacking it near her shed, she and I were standing in her yard talking about normal stuff. At one point, she glanced in the direction of our farm and asked how things were going with the orchard. I was surprised she even knew about it, since it wasn't visible from her property. I told her it was still just sitting there abandoned, and that our dog got really worked up about it every night. She nodded, like this made perfect sense to her, then said something that made my blood run cold. She told me there were things living in those trees, and that the smart thing to do was to not look at them so they couldn't look back at me. The way she said it was so casual, like she was giving me advice about avoiding poison ivy or remembering to lock my car doors. But the content of what she was saying was absolutely terrifying, especially because it matched exactly what I'd been instinctively doing for years. I asked her what kind of things she meant, but she just shrugged and said some things were better left alone. She mentioned that the previous owners of our farm had learned that lesson the hard way, which was why they'd stopped maintaining the orchard. She wouldn't elaborate on what had happened to those previous owners, but she did tell me that she'd lived in the area long enough to know which places should be avoided and which were safe. According to her, our orchard was definitely in the first category. After that conversation, I felt somewhat vindicated, but also much more frightened. Having an adult confirm that my fears were reasonable was both reassuring and terrifying. It meant I wasn't crazy, but it also meant there really was something dangerous out there. The final confrontation happened on a Tuesday in October when I was 17. It had been an unusually warm day for mid-autumn, and I'd spent most of it helping my dad with farm work. By evening, I was exhausted and looking forward to getting some sleep. But around 9 o'clock, Rex started acting stranger than usual. Instead of his normal routine of patrolling the border of the orchard, he was running back and forth across our backyard, whining and barking in a way that sounded almost panicked. My dad went outside to see what was wrong with him, and I could hear him calling for Rex to calm down and come back to the house. But Rex ignored him completely, which was really unusual because he was normally very obedient. I was up in my room trying to ignore the commotion when the power went out. This wasn't that uncommon in rural Maine, especially when there were storms, but this night had been clear and calm. One moment the lights were on, and the next moment the whole house was plunged into darkness. My parents were downstairs trying to figure out what had happened with the electricity, and I was alone in my room with no lights and no way to distract myself from what was happening outside. Rex was still barking frantically, and now I could hear my dad outside calling for him to come back to the house. That's when I made the mistake I'd been avoiding for over 10 years. Without thinking about it, I pulled back the curtain on my bedroom window to see if I could figure out what was wrong with our dog. The moon was almost full that night, so even without the house lights, I could see the backyard clearly. Rex was standing at the edge of our property, right at the border with the orchard, but he wasn't barking at the trees anymore. He was standing completely still, like he was frozen in place. At first I thought maybe he just calmed down, but as I watched longer, I realized something was very wrong. Rex wasn't moving at all. Not his tail, not his head, not even his chest rising and falling like he was breathing. He looked like a statue of a dog rather than a living animal. That's when I saw movement in the orchard. Something was moving between the apple trees, weaving through the twisted branches with that fluid, impossible motion I remembered from my nightmares. It was tall and thin, just like in my dreams, but seeing it with my waking eyes was completely different from experiencing it while asleep. The thing moved from tree to tree, getting closer to the edge of the orchard where Rex was standing frozen. As it got closer, I could see that it wasn't exactly human-shaped, even though it moved upright like a person. Its limbs were too long and bent at too many joints, and its head was the wrong shape entirely. But the most terrifying thing was that as soon as I looked at it directly, it stopped moving and turned to look right back at me. Even from 200 yards away, I could feel its attention focusing on me like a physical weight. It had been moving toward Rex, but now it was completely fixated on me standing at my bedroom window. I tried to step back from the window and close the curtain, but I found that I couldn't move. Just like Rex outside, I was frozen in place, unable to break eye contact with this thing that shouldn't exist. The creature started moving again, but now it was coming directly toward the house instead of toward Rex. It moved faster than anything that size should be able to move, flowing through the orchard and across our backyard like it was floating just above the ground. As it got closer, I could see more details that I really didn't want to see. Its skin looked like tree bark, rough and mottled with patches of different colors. Its face was too long, with features that were almost human, but stretched and distorted, like someone had tried to sculpt a person from memory and gotten the proportions wrong. But its eyes were the worst part. They were completely black. Not just dark, but actually black, like holes in its face. And they were fixed on me with this intense, hungry expression that made it clear this thing had been waiting a very long time for me to finally look at it directly. It reached our house and pressed itself against the wall directly below my window. I could hear its fingers, or whatever they were, scratching against the wooden siding as it started to climb up toward my room. I finally managed to break out of whatever paralysis had been holding me, and I stumbled backward from the window. But as I moved, I could hear the thing outside making sounds like it was trying to speak. It was calling my name, but the voice kept shifting. Sometimes it sounded like my uncle, sometimes like my parents, sometimes like people I didn't recognize. The scratching sounds got louder as it climbed higher, and I realized it was going to reach my window within seconds. I ran to my bedroom door, but when I tried to open it, the handle wouldn't turn. It was like someone was holding it shut from the other side, even though I knew my parents were downstairs. I was trapped in my room with that thing climbing up to my window, and there was nowhere for me to hide. The scratching stopped, and I knew it had reached the window. I could hear it moving around outside, testing the window frame and trying to find a way in. Then it started that fluid, squeezing motion I remembered from my dreams, and I realized it was actually going to try to force itself through the cracks around the window. That's when the power came back on. The lights in my room suddenly blazed to life, and I heard Rex barking normally again outside. The door handle turned easily when I tried it, and I could hear my parents moving around downstairs, like nothing unusual had happened. I ran to the window and looked outside, but the creature was gone. Rex was standing in his normal spot at the edge of the orchard, wagging his tail and looking up at my window, like he was checking to make sure I was okay. I never saw the creature again after that night, but I also never felt safe in that house again. I moved out as soon as I graduated from high school, and I've never been back to visit for more than a few hours at a time. My parents still live on that farm, and they say Rex continues his nightly patrols of the orchard border, but they don't know what happened that October night, and I've never told them. Some things are too dangerous to share, especially when the sharing might draw unwanted attention back to you. I still have nightmares sometimes, but now they're different. Instead of the creature trying to get into houses, I dream about it waiting patiently in those apple trees, knowing that someday I might make the mistake of looking at it again. And sometimes, in those dreams, I can hear it calling my name with voices of people I love, trying to trick me into thinking it's safe to come home. But I know better now. Some things that live in trees have been waiting longer than human memory, and they have all the patience in the world. Story 11. I should have known something was wrong with my property the moment I bought it, but the realtor had glossed over the details, and I was so focused on getting those 12 acres for such a good price that I didn't ask the right questions. It's been 3 years since I moved here, and I'm finally ready to talk about what I discovered in the forest behind my house last Tuesday. I still can't explain what I found out there, or why something has been using the voices of people I love to try to lure me deeper into those woods. My property is in upstate New York, about 40 minutes from the nearest town. 12 acres of mostly cleared land, with a decent-sized house and a barn that's seen better days. What sold me on the place was that it backs up against thousands of acres of state forest, which meant I'd have complete privacy and no neighbors building right up to my property line. The forest itself is old growth stuff, the kind of woods where the trees are so tall and thick that even during the day it's dim and quiet underneath the canopy. There are hiking trails that run through it, but they're not well maintained, and most people stick to the more popular trails closer to the main road. My wife loves having all this space and privacy. She's originally from the city, so having room to garden and keep chickens and just exist without hearing traffic noise all the time has been amazing for her. We both work remotely, so the isolation isn't a problem for our careers. But from the very beginning, I noticed something strange about the section of forest that borders my property. It's too quiet. I mean, unnaturally quiet in a way that doesn't make sense for a healthy woodland ecosystem. I've spent plenty of time in forests before, and they're usually full of sounds. Birds calling, squirrels chattering, insects buzzing, small animals moving through the underbrush. There's this constant, subtle background noise that you only notice when it's missing. Behind my property, there's none of that. When I walk along the tree line or venture into the woods, the silence is so complete it's actually uncomfortable. No bird songs, no rustling leaves that would indicate wildlife. Nothing. Just my own footsteps and breathing. The first time I really paid attention to this was about 6 months after we moved in. I decided to explore the forest a bit, maybe find a good spot to set up a deer blind for hunting season. I walked maybe half a mile into the woods, following what looked like an old deer path. The whole time I didn't see a single sign of animal life. No tracks in the soft dirt, no droppings, no areas where deer had been browsing on vegetation. It was like the entire forest was sterile, completely devoid of the wildlife that should have been thriving in that kind of habitat. But the weirdest thing was what happened when I tried calling out to test the echo. I was curious about the acoustics in there since the silence was so complete. I figured maybe there was something about the way the trees were arranged that dampened sound. When I shouted hello, my voice came back as this long, drawn-out echo that lasted for at least 10 seconds. Not the quick, sharp echo you'd get from shouting in a canyon or near a cliff face. This was more like shouting in an empty auditorium, where the sound bounces around and takes forever to fade away. But we were in the middle of dense forest, with trees and undergrowth everywhere. There was no logical reason for my voice to echo like that. If anything, all that vegetation should have absorbed sound and made it fade quickly. I tried it a few more times, shouting in different directions, and every time I got the same result. This weird, prolonged echo that didn't match the environment I was standing in. I mentioned it to my wife when I got back to the house, but she just said old forests could have strange acoustics depending on the terrain and tree density. She suggested maybe there was a hidden ravine or some other geographic feature that was causing the sound reflection. That seemed reasonable enough, so I didn't think much more about it for a while. The voice incident started about a year after we'd been living there. The first time it happened, I was working in my vegetable garden, which is maybe 50 yards from the edge of the forest. It was a warm Saturday afternoon, and my wife was inside the house making lunch. I heard her voice calling my name from somewhere in the woods behind me. It sounded exactly like her, same tone and inflection she uses when she wants my attention for something. I turned around and called back, asking what she needed. The voice called my name again, but this time it sounded like it was coming from deeper in the forest. I figured maybe she'd gone for a walk and needed help with something, so I stopped what I was doing and headed toward where I'd heard her voice. I walked about 100 yards into the forest, calling her name and asking where she was. But I never found her, and eventually the voice stopped responding. After about 20 minutes of searching, I gave up and went back to the house. When I got inside, my wife was in the kitchen, exactly where I'd expected her to be before I heard her calling. I asked her if she'd been outside looking for me, and she said no, she'd been inside the whole time preparing lunch. I described what I'd heard, and she looked confused. She insisted she hadn't called for me, hadn't even been outside since early morning. She suggested maybe I'd heard a neighbor or someone hiking in the forest, but the voice had definitely sounded like hers. This happened again about 2 weeks later, and then again a month after that. Always the same pattern. I'd hear my wife's voice calling my name from the forest. I'd go looking for her, and when I came back to the house, she'd been inside the entire time. My wife started to get concerned that I might be having some kind of hearing problems or maybe early signs of dementia. She suggested I get my hearing checked and maybe see a doctor about the episodes. But I knew what I was hearing, and it wasn't my imagination or a medical problem. Someone or something was using my wife's voice to try to get me to go deeper into those woods. The incidents reminded me of something that had happened to me when I was a child, something I hadn't thought about in decades. When I was 5 years old, we lived in this old farmhouse that had belonged to my grandparents. The house was probably built in the 1800s, and it had all sorts of problems. Drafty windows, creaky floors, doors that wouldn't stay closed properly. My parents always said it was just an old house settling, but even as a young kid, I knew there was something more going on. One night around 10 o'clock, I was in my bedroom playing with toys when I heard my mother's voice calling my name from the front hallway. She was asking me to come open the front door for her, saying she had her hands full and needed help. But I knew my mother was in the kitchen doing dishes because I could hear the water running and the clatter of plates being washed. I'd seen her in there just a few minutes earlier when I'd gotten a glass of water. The voice in the hallway kept calling, getting more insistent. It sounded exactly like my mother, but something about it felt wrong. Even at 5 years old, I had this strong instinct that I shouldn't open that door, that whatever was on the other side wasn't really my mother. I stayed in my room and didn't respond to the voice. After about 10 minutes, it stopped calling. When I crept out to check the hallway, there was no one there, and my mother was still in the kitchen cleaning up from dinner. I never told my parents about that incident because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me or would think I was making up stories. But it stuck with me for years, this memory of something mimicking my mother's voice to try to get me to open a door I should have kept closed. That old farmhouse had a lot of other strange things happen in it over the years we lived there. We had a dog, a German Shepherd mix, who died of cancer when I was about 8. For months after he died, I'd dream about him coming back to visit me. But in the dreams, he wasn't the friendly, gentle dog I remembered. He was changed somehow, darker and more aggressive. He would appear in my bedroom at night and tell me in this deep, unnatural voice that he was going to devour me, that death had made him hungry, and I looked like the perfect meal. These dreams were so vivid and disturbing that I started having trouble sleeping. I'd lie awake for hours, afraid to close my eyes, because I didn't want to see that twisted version of our dead dog. My parents eventually took me to a child psychologist who said the dreams were a normal part of processing grief and that I'd grow out of them eventually. And I did, mostly. But sometimes, even as an adult, I'd have flashes of those nightmares, remembering that horrible voice promising to eat me alive, living in my new house with the strange forest, and the voice incidents brought all those childhood memories flooding back. I started to wonder if there was some connection between what I'd experienced as a kid and what was happening now. Last Tuesday was when everything came to a head. I'd been having the voice incidents for over a year, and I was getting tired of being manipulated by whatever was out there. Every time I heard my wife's voice calling from the forest, I'd waste time searching for her and come back empty-handed and frustrated. So when it happened again, that Tuesday afternoon, I decided I was going to follow the voice all the way to wherever it was leading me. I was going to find out what was calling me and put an end to the whole situation. I was working on repairing a section of fence when I heard my wife call my name from the tree line. Instead of calling back or looking toward the house to see if she was really outside, I just started walking directly toward the sound. The voice called again, and I could tell it was coming from deeper in the woods than usual. I kept walking, following the sound, as it led me along what seemed like a faint trail through the undergrowth. As I got deeper into the forest, the voice kept calling my name every few minutes, always staying just ahead of me, always drawing me further from my property. But I was determined to finally see what was making these sounds. The trail, if you could call it that, wound through the forest in a way that seemed almost deliberate. It avoided the thickest undergrowth and the steepest terrain, like someone had planned the easiest possible route through the woods. After walking for maybe 40 minutes, I came to a small clearing that I'd never seen before. It was perfectly circular, maybe 30 feet across, with no trees or major vegetation growing in it. Just short grass and bare dirt, arranged in a pattern that immediately caught my attention. The entire clearing was covered with these small mounds, each one about the size of a dinner plate and maybe 6 inches high. They were arranged in alternating rows, and each mound seemed to contain different materials. Some of the mounds were made of dirt and small stones. Others were composed entirely of what looked like seashells, bleached white by years of weather exposure. The shells were mostly small ones, the kind you'd find along a beach or riverbank, but there were some larger pieces mixed in. The alternating pattern was very precise: dirt mound, shell mound, dirt mound, shell mound, in perfectly straight rows across the entire clearing. There had to be at least 100 of these mounds, maybe more. I walked around the edge of the clearing, trying to count them and figure out what they might represent. The whole arrangement looked artificial, like someone had spent considerable time and effort creating this pattern. But what really disturbed me was the silence. Even in this open space, there were no sounds of birds or insects or any other wildlife. The silence was so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat and the blood rushing through my ears. I started to feel uncomfortable standing there, like I was trespassing on something sacred or dangerous. But I also felt like I'd finally found what I was looking for, the source of whatever had been calling to me from the woods. That's when I heard the voice again. But this time, it wasn't my wife calling my name. It was my mother's voice from 30 years ago, asking me to come closer and help her with something. The same tone and inflection I remembered from that night when I was 5, when something had tried to get me to open the front door. I looked around the clearing, but I couldn't see anyone. The voice seemed to be coming from the center of the mound arrangement, right in the middle of all those carefully placed piles of dirt and shells. My mother's voice called again, asking why I was just standing there, telling me she needed my help and I should come to her right away. But I knew my mother had been dead for 5 years. Whatever was using her voice was the same thing that had been mimicking my wife, and probably the same thing that had tried to trick me as a child. I started backing away from the clearing, but the voice followed me. It kept calling, sometimes using my mother's voice, sometimes switching to my wife's voice, sometimes using voices of other people I'd known over the years. As I retreated into the tree line, I could hear multiple voices calling at once. My dead grandmother, a high school friend who'd moved away years ago, even what sounded like my own voice calling my name from different directions. It was like whatever lived in that clearing had access to every voice I'd ever heard and trusted, and it was throwing all of them at me at once, trying to find the one that would make me turn around and come back. I kept walking away, faster and faster, until I was practically running through the forest back toward my house. The voices followed me for a while, but as I got closer to my property, they gradually faded away. When I got back to the house, my wife was in her office working on her computer, exactly where she'd been when I left to investigate the voice. She looked up when I came in, sweating and out of breath, and asked if everything was okay. I told her I'd gotten turned around in the woods and had to hike farther than I'd planned to find my way back. I didn't mention the clearing or the mounds or the voices. I was still trying to process what I'd experienced. That night, I did some research online about the history of my property and the surrounding area. What I found explained a lot about what I'd discovered in the clearing. The entire region had been inhabited by Native American tribes for hundreds of years before European settlement. Specifically, the area had been considered sacred by the local tribe, who used it for burial ceremonies and communication with spirits of the dead. According to the historical records, the tribe would create elaborate burial mounds containing shells and earth arranged in patterns that were supposed to help spirits find their way between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The settlers who moved into the area in the 1800s reported strange phenomena in the woods. Voices of dead relatives calling to them, sounds of conversations coming from empty clearings, people getting lost for days following voices that led them in circles. Several people disappeared entirely, last seen walking into the forest after hearing family members calling for help. Their bodies were never found, but witnesses reported hearing their voices joining the chorus of sounds that came from deep in the woods. The pattern continued for decades. Every few years, someone would be found wandering the forest in a confused state, claiming they'd been following the voice of a dead spouse or parent. Most of them couldn't remember how long they'd been in the woods or where they'd been. Eventually, the local communities learned to avoid that section of forest entirely. Parents warned children never to follow voices calling from the woods, no matter how familiar they sounded. The area developed a reputation as a place where the boundary between life and death was thinner than it should be. Reading all this, I realized I'd stumbled onto something that had been active for generations. The clearing I'd found was probably one of the original burial sites, and whatever spirits or entities were associated with it were still trying to draw people into the forest. I also understood why the forest was so quiet. If it really was some kind of supernatural boundary zone, it made sense that normal wildlife would instinctively avoid the area. Since that Tuesday, I haven't heard any more voices calling from the woods. It's like whatever was out there accomplished what it wanted by showing me the clearing, or maybe it realized I wasn't going to be tricked into going deeper into its territory. But I still feel watched whenever I'm outside, especially when I'm working near the tree line. And sometimes, late at night, I can hear what sounds like distant conversations coming from the direction of the forest. Multiple voices talking at once, too far away to make out words but close enough to know they're there. My wife hasn't noticed any of this, and I haven't told her about what I found in the clearing. I'm afraid that if she knows there's something dangerous in the woods, she might be tempted to investigate it herself. And I have a feeling that whatever is out there is patient enough to wait for the right opportunity to try again. Some boundaries shouldn't be crossed, and some voices shouldn't be trusted, no matter how familiar they sound. I learned that lesson as a 5-year-old, forgot it as an adult, and had to learn it again the hard way. Now I know why this property was priced so reasonably, and why the previous owners were so eager to sell. They probably heard the voices too, and eventually decided it was better to let someone else deal with whatever lives in those woods. I'm thinking about moving, but I'm also worried that leaving might just pass the problem on to the next unsuspecting buyer. Some things are too dangerous to walk away from, even when staying means living with the knowledge that something ancient and hungry is waiting just beyond your backyard. Story 12. I'm writing this from a hotel room because I can't go back to my house, and I don't know if I ever will. What happened yesterday was the final straw in 4 days of absolute hell, and I need to get this down before I lose my mind completely. My hands are still shaking as I type this, and I keep checking the locks on this hotel door, even though I know whatever was in our house can apparently unlock anything it wants to. We just moved into our new place 4 days ago. It was supposed to be our dream home, a beautiful two-story house in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where you can finally relax and feel safe. My husband and I had been looking for months, and when we found this house at such a reasonable price, we thought we'd hit the jackpot. The first 3 days had been strange, but we kept making excuses for everything that happened. New house, old plumbing, settling foundation. You know how it is when you want to believe there's a logical explanation for things that don't make sense. But yesterday, Thursday the 15th, was when we realized we weren't dealing with normal house problems. We were dealing with something that wanted us gone, or worse. The day started normally enough. My husband had taken the day off work to help me finish unpacking, and we'd spent the morning setting up our bedroom and organizing boxes in the living room. We were both excited about finally getting settled and making the place feel like home. Around noon, my husband went outside to check on something in the front yard. I was in the kitchen unpacking dishes when I heard him call my name from the front door. His voice sounded strange, urgent, in a way that immediately got my attention. When I went to see what was wrong, he was standing in the doorway with this confused expression on his face. He told me he'd just seen the weirdest thing. A black sedan had pulled into our driveway, and someone dressed entirely in black had gotten out and walked right up to our front door. He said the person just stood there for maybe 10 seconds, like they were waiting for something or listening for sounds from inside the house. Then, without knocking or ringing the doorbell, they turned around, got back in the car, and drove away. The whole thing had taken less than 2 minutes, but what really bothered my husband was how quickly it all happened. 1 second, the car was there with this figure standing at our door, and the next second, both the car and the person were gone, like they'd just vanished. I asked him if he'd gotten a good look at the person, but he said they were wearing all black clothing, including what looked like a hood or hat that completely covered their face. He couldn't even tell if it was a man or woman. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was someone who'd gotten the wrong address, or a delivery person who realized they were at the wrong house. But something about the way my husband described it made both of us feel uneasy. That's when we started noticing the door problem. After lunch, I went upstairs to use the bathroom, and out of habit, I locked the door behind me. It's something I've always done, even when I'm home alone. Just an automatic thing. When I came out maybe 5 minutes later, I tried to turn the handle and realized the door was still locked. But I distinctly remembered unlocking it before opening the door. I turned the little button on the handle and it clicked open normally. I mentioned it to my husband and he said he'd noticed something similar with the front door earlier. He was certain he'd locked it after the incident with the black car, but when he went to check on it later, the deadbolt was turned to the unlocked position. We started paying closer attention to the doors after that, making sure to test them after locking them. But over the course of the afternoon, we both found doors that we knew we'd locked standing open or unlocked. The front door, the back door, the bathroom door, even interior doors that we'd closed were standing wide open when we came back to check on them later. At first we thought maybe we were just distracted by the move and forgetting to lock things properly. New house, new locks, maybe we weren't turning the deadbolts all the way or something like that. But by evening, we were both getting genuinely worried. Doors don't just unlock themselves, and we're not the kind of people who forget basic things like home security. That's when the other stuff started happening. Around 6 o'clock, we were sitting in the living room discussing what to order for dinner when we heard this loud crash from the kitchen. When we went to investigate, we found one of our large pillar candles on the floor, along with the metal candle holder it had been sitting on. The candle and holder had been in the center of the kitchen counter, at least 3 feet from the edge. There was no way they could have just fallen off on their own. Someone or something had to have knocked them off with considerable force. My husband picked up the candle and holder and put them back on the counter, pushing them even further from the edge. We stood there watching them for a few minutes, but nothing happened. They just sat there like normal candles should. About an hour later, we heard another crash, this time from the living room. Our big floor fan, one of those heavy tower fans that's designed to be stable, was lying on its side. The fan had been running when we heard the crash, but now it was unplugged and the cord was stretched across the room, like someone had yanked it out of the wall. That fan weighs at least 20 pounds and has a wide, stable base. There's no way it could have just tipped over on its own, especially not with enough force to pull the plug out of the wall outlet. My husband and I looked at each other with the same thought. Someone was in our house, messing with our stuff, but we'd been in the living room until just a few minutes before the crash, and we hadn't heard anyone come in through any of the doors. We did a complete search of the house, checking every room, every closet, even the basement and the attic. All the doors and windows were still locked from the inside, and there was no sign that anyone had broken in or was hiding anywhere. But things kept getting knocked over. Every hour or so, we'd hear something fall or crash in another room. Always items that were stable and positioned away from edges. Always things that shouldn't have been able to fall on their own. By 10 o'clock that night, we were both on edge. We'd started carrying our phones with us everywhere, not wanting to leave them unattended in case whoever was doing this decided to mess with our electronics too. That turned out to be a smart precaution, because around 10:30, my husband's phone went flying across the bedroom while we were both standing right there watching it happen. His phone had been sitting on the nightstand, maybe 2 feet away from where we were standing. Suddenly, it just launched itself through the air and hit the wall on the opposite side of the room with enough force to crack the screen. There was no earthquake, no vibration, nothing that could have caused the phone to move. It was like an invisible hand had picked it up and hurled it as hard as possible. My husband retrieved his phone and found that despite the cracked screen, it was still working. But we both decided we needed to stick together for the rest of the night. Whatever was happening in our house was escalating, and we didn't want to be caught alone if things got worse. We were right to be worried. Around 11:15, I told my husband I needed to take a shower before bed. I'd been putting it off because I was scared to be alone in the bathroom, but I couldn't put it off any longer. He said he'd wait right outside the bathroom door while I showered, so I wouldn't be completely alone. I thought that would make me feel safer, and it did at first. I went into the bathroom and locked the door behind me, then turned on the shower and started getting undressed. My husband was right outside in the hallway, and I could hear him moving around, which was reassuring. But just as I was about to step into the shower, we both heard it. 5 loud, deliberate knocks coming from the bathroom window. Bang, 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 bang. The knocks were so forceful that the window frame shook, and I could see the glass vibrating with each impact. But here's the thing. Our bathroom is on the 2nd floor. There's no balcony, no fire escape, no ladder, nothing that would allow someone to reach that window from outside. I grabbed my robe and ran to the bathroom door, unlocking it as fast as I could. My husband was already there, looking just as terrified as I felt. He asked if I was okay, and I told him about the knocking on the window. He said he'd heard it too, and it had definitely come from the direction of the bathroom. We both went to look out the window, but of course there was no one there. Just a straight drop to our backyard, with no way for anyone to have climbed up to reach the 2nd floor window. I was too shaken to take a shower after that, so I got dressed and we went downstairs to the kitchen to make some tea and try to calm our nerves. We'd barely sat down at the kitchen table when we heard it again. 5 more knocks, just as loud and deliberate as before, but this time they were coming from somewhere near the kitchen. The sound seemed to be coming from the direction of the back door, but when my husband went to check, the door was still locked and there was no one outside. The knocking happened again about 10 minutes later, and this time it seemed to be coming from the front of the house, then again from upstairs, then from what sounded like the basement. It was like whatever was making these sounds was moving around the house, testing different locations, seeing how we'd react to each new set of knocks. My husband and I decided we weren't going to sleep downstairs where we'd be separated and vulnerable. We went back up to our bedroom and locked the door, then pushed a dresser in front of it for extra security. But around midnight, we heard the knocking again, and this time it was coming from inside the house. 5 deliberate knocks from somewhere in the upstairs hallway, right outside our bedroom door. We sat on our bed, holding hands and staring at the door, waiting to see what would happen next. The knocking came again, closer this time, like whatever was making the sound was right outside our room. My husband whispered that we should call the police, but I reminded him that we'd already searched the house twice and found no signs of an intruder. What were we going to tell them? That we were hearing mysterious knocking sounds and our doors were unlocking themselves? That's when we heard the bathroom door slam shut down the hall. We both knew that door had been standing open when we'd passed it on our way to the bedroom, but now we could hear it closing with enough force to rattle the frame. Then we heard the shower turn on. Not just the water, but the exhaust fan too. Like someone had flipped both switches at the same time. The sound of running water and the low hum of the fan motor were clearly audible from our bedroom. My husband grabbed a baseball bat from the closet and said he was going to investigate. I begged him not to go alone, so we both crept out of our bedroom and down the hall toward the bathroom. The door was closed, and we could definitely hear the shower running inside. There was also a strip of light visible under the door, like someone had turned on the bathroom lights. My husband reached for the doorknob, but when he tried to turn it, it wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the inside. He knocked on the door and called out, asking if anyone was in there. The shower immediately shut off, and the exhaust fan went quiet, but no one answered our calls. We waited outside the bathroom door for maybe 10 minutes, listening for any sounds that would indicate someone was inside. Nothing. Complete silence. Finally, my husband tried the door handle again, and this time it turned easily. The door swung open to reveal an empty bathroom with the lights off and no sign that anyone had been in there. But the shower walls were wet, and there were puddles of water on the bathroom floor. Someone or something had definitely been using our shower just minutes earlier. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were wet footprints on the bathroom floor, leading from the shower to the door. But the footprints didn't look quite right. They were too long and narrow, like they'd been made by feet that weren't shaped like human feet. My husband saw them too, and we both backed out of the bathroom immediately. We went back to our bedroom, pushed the dresser against the door again, and spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed, too scared to sleep. But the worst was yet to come. Around 4 in the morning, I desperately needed to use the bathroom. I'd been holding it for hours, but I couldn't wait any longer. My husband said he'd come with me and wait right outside the door. We moved the dresser away from our bedroom door and crept down the hall to the bathroom. Everything looked normal. No wet footprints, no signs that anyone had been in there since our earlier encounter. I went inside and locked the door behind me, with my husband standing guard in the hallway. I felt somewhat safer knowing he was right there, just a few feet away. But as I was finishing up, I heard my husband say something to me through the door. He was asking if everything was okay, if I needed anything. I called back that I was fine and would be out in just a minute. I could hear him moving around in the hallway, and his presence was reassuring. That's when I tried to unlock the bathroom door to come out. The lock wouldn't turn. I twisted the little button on the door handle, but it felt like it was stuck or jammed somehow. It wouldn't move in either direction, wouldn't lock or unlock. I called out to my husband that the door seemed to be stuck, and he said he'd help me with it. I could hear him trying to turn the handle from his side, but it wasn't working for him either. He told me to step back from the door, that he was going to try to force it open. I moved away from the door and waited for him to break it down or jimmy the lock somehow. But then I heard the lock click, and the door opened easily. My husband was standing in the hallway looking confused. He said the lock had suddenly started working normally, like whatever had been jamming it had just let go. I was about to step out of the bathroom when the door slammed shut again, right in my face. I tried the handle again, but now it was completely frozen. I couldn't turn it at all, couldn't even rattle it. It was like the entire lock mechanism had seized up. My husband was trying to help from the other side, but he was having the same problem. The handle wouldn't turn for him either. I started to panic, feeling trapped in that small bathroom with no way to get out. I was banging on the door and calling for my husband to find something to break it down with. But then, suddenly I heard the lock click again, and the door swung open on its own. My husband was standing there with the same confused expression. He said he hadn't done anything. The door had just opened by itself, like whatever had been holding it closed had decided to let me go. That's when we both realized what was happening. Something in our house was playing games with us, demonstrating that it could control things like door locks whenever it wanted to. It could trap us or release us at will. We packed our bags immediately and left the house while it was still dark outside. We've been staying in this hotel for 2 days now, trying to figure out what to do next. I called a priest yesterday, but he said he'd need to visit the house to determine if it's really a spiritual problem or just some kind of elaborate prank. I also contacted a paranormal investigation group, but they're booked up for the next month. My husband wants to go back and try to deal with whatever's in there, but I'm terrified that if we return, it might escalate to something even worse than mind games with door locks and mysterious shower users. The thing that scares me most is how intelligent whatever we're dealing with seems to be. It's not just random supernatural activity. It's targeted, deliberate, like something is studying us and figuring out exactly how to frighten us most effectively. And the footprints in the bathroom, those wrong-shaped wet prints that didn't look quite human. What if whatever's in our house isn't just a spirit or ghost? What if it's something else entirely, something that can physically interact with our world? I keep thinking about that black figure my husband saw at our front door on the first day. What if it wasn't a person at all? What if it was whatever's now living in our house, checking us out, deciding whether we'd be suitable targets for its games? We haven't been back to the house since we left, but I've been driving by it every day just to check on things. Yesterday, I saw lights moving around inside, even though we shut off all the electricity before we left. And this morning, I swear, I saw a dark figure standing in our upstairs bedroom window, looking down at me as I drove past. I don't know what we're going to do. We can't live in a hotel forever, but I'm not sure I can ever feel safe in that house again. And what if we try to sell it, and this thing just torments the next family that moves in? Some problems don't have solutions, and I think we might have accidentally bought ourselves one of those problems when we thought we were getting our dream home. All I know for certain is that whatever's in that house wanted us to know it was there. And now that it's gotten our attention, I don't think it's going to just let us walk away. Story 13. I lived through something 13 years ago in Tucson that I still can't fully explain, and writing about it now makes my hands shake like I'm back in that house again. I was 22 then, young and stupid enough to think that love could overcome anything, including the kind of darkness that can settle into a place and make it toxic for everyone who lives there. My partner and I had moved into this house in Oro Valley, one of those 1970s builds where everything was angular and the rooms were laid out in ways that didn't quite make sense. The rent was cheap, which should have been our first warning sign, but we were broke college students and couldn't afford to be picky about our living situation. The house itself wasn't much to look at from the outside. Typical southwestern architecture with stucco walls and a flat roof, surrounded by desert landscaping that hadn't been maintained in years. It sat on a corner lot with big windows facing the street. But somehow, even during the day, the interior always felt dim and oppressive. The room where we ended up sleeping was basically a converted closet. I'm not exaggerating. It was maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, with no windows and only one small door that opened into the main hallway. There was barely enough space for a mattress on the floor and a small dresser for our clothes. The walls were this dingy beige color that had probably been white originally, but had yellowed from years of cigarette smoke and neglect. Right next to our room was a larger space that the previous tenants had apparently used for storage. This room did have a window, but it faced a brick wall about 3 feet away, so no natural light ever made it inside. The room was filled with boxes and furniture that the landlord had said we could use if we wanted, but most of it was junk that looked like it had been sitting there for decades. From the moment we moved in, I hated being in our bedroom. Every time I walked through that door, the temperature would drop noticeably, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. Even during Arizona summers, when it was over 100 degrees outside, that room stayed cold in a way that didn't make sense. But the worst part was the feeling of being watched. Not just the general creepiness you might expect from a small windowless room, but the specific sensation that something was in there with you, studying you, waiting for something. I'd lie on our mattress trying to sleep and feel eyes on me from the corner where the shadows were darkest. My partner said I was being paranoid, that the room was just small and weird and I needed time to adjust. But I noticed they didn't like spending time in there either. We'd get ready for bed as quickly as possible and avoid hanging out in that room during the day. What I didn't know at first was why that room felt so wrong, why it seemed to hold onto cold and darkness even when the rest of the house was bright and warm. I found out about 3 weeks after we'd moved in, and the knowledge made everything so much worse. My partner's mother was a heroin addict, not a recovering addict or someone who'd had problems in the past. She was actively using, and she'd been using that storage room next to our bedroom as her shooting gallery. My partner finally told me when I kept asking about the strange sounds we'd hear at night, the shuffling and occasional thuds coming from the other side of our bedroom wall. They explained that their mother would come over when she needed a safe place to get high, and she'd lock herself in that storage room for sometimes days at a time. The cold I'd been feeling in our bedroom, the sense of being watched, the oppressive atmosphere. It all made sense once I understood what was happening in the room right next to where we slept. Drug addiction creates this kind of spiritual darkness that spreads to everything around it, poisoning places and making them feel fundamentally wrong. But even knowing about the drug use didn't prepare me for the other things that started happening in that house. The first supernatural incident occurred about a month after we'd moved in. I was studying late one night in what the landlord called the sunroom, though it was anything but sunny. It was this glassed-in porch area that faced the backyard, furnished with a couple of old chairs and a rickety table I used as a desk. I was working on a paper for one of my classes, really focused on what I was writing, when something bright flashed in my peripheral vision. I looked up just in time to see this ball of light, about the size of a tennis ball, come flying directly at my face from the far corner of the room. The light was incredibly bright, brighter than a camera flash or a welding torch. It hit me right between the eyes with enough force that I actually felt the impact, like someone had thrown a rock at my head. For several seconds afterward, I couldn't see anything except these dancing spots of light, like when you stare at the sun too long. When my vision finally cleared, there was nothing in the corner where the light had come from. No lamp, no reflective surface, nothing that could have created that kind of intense illumination. And the light had definitely moved with purpose, in a straight line from the corner to my face, like something had aimed it at me. I told my partner what had happened, but they just shrugged it off. Said it was probably car headlights reflecting off something weird. Or maybe I'd been staring at my laptop screen too long and was seeing things. But I knew what I'd experienced, and it wasn't a reflection or eye strain. The second incident happened maybe 2 weeks later, and this time my partner was there to witness it. We were in the living room watching TV when I started noticing these dark shapes moving along the walls. At first, I thought it was just shadows from the television screen. But as I watched more carefully, I realized these shapes were moving independently of any light source in the room. They looked like smoke, but darker than smoke should be. Like someone had taken the concept of black and made it even blacker, if that makes sense. The shapes would start near the floor and drift upward along the walls, moving slowly but with definite direction. I pointed them out to my partner, and they said they'd been seeing the same things for weeks. They acted like this was completely normal, like having shadow smoke crawling up your walls was just another quirky feature of the house we'd have to get used to. But what happened next was anything but normal. One of the dark shapes, larger than the others, seemed to detach itself from the wall and drift toward the couch where we were sitting. As it got closer, it began to change form, becoming less like smoke and more like a liquid, but still maintaining that impossible darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The shape settled onto the couch next to me, and I could actually feel its presence, not just psychologically, but physically. The cushions compressed slightly under its weight, and I could sense a coldness radiating from the space where it had positioned itself. My partner was watching this happen with a kind of detached curiosity, like they were observing an interesting science experiment rather than witnessing something that should have been absolutely terrifying. I tried to move away from whatever was sitting next to me, but I found that I couldn't. Not because I was physically restrained, but because every instinct in my body was screaming at me to stay perfectly still, to not draw any more attention from this thing that had decided to join us on the couch. After maybe 10 minutes that felt like hours, the dark shape gradually dispersed, becoming smoke-like again and eventually fading away entirely. But I could still feel the cold spot on the couch where it had been, and that coldness lingered for the rest of the evening. The third major incident was the one that really broke my ability to rationalize what was happening in that house. I'd gone to bed around 11 o'clock, exhausted from a long day of classes and work. My partner was staying up late to finish some assignment, so I was alone in our tiny bedroom. I fell asleep quickly, despite the usual feeling of being watched from the dark corners of the room. I woke up around 3 in the morning with the strangest sensation I'd ever experienced. There was this mist or fog surrounding my body, but it wasn't like any natural fog I'd ever seen. It was slightly luminous, with a greenish tint that made my skin look sickly under its glow. The mist was thick enough that I couldn't see past it to the rest of the room, and it seemed to be moving on its own, swirling around me in patterns that looked almost deliberate. But the most terrifying thing was that I couldn't breathe. Not couldn't breathe like when you have asthma or a cold. This was like the air itself had been replaced with something else, something my lungs couldn't process. I was gasping and choking, but nothing was getting into my system. My chest was burning, and I could feel panic setting in as my body began to shut down from lack of oxygen. I tried to sit up, to move out of the mist, but I found that I was completely paralyzed. Every muscle in my body was locked in place, and no matter how hard I concentrated on moving my arms or legs, nothing would respond. The mist continued swirling around me while I suffocated, and I started to see dark spots at the edges of my vision. I thought I was going to die in that room, surrounded by supernatural fog, while my partner sat in the next room completely unaware of what was happening. Then, suddenly, something inside me snapped. I don't know if it was pure terror or some kind of survival instinct, but I managed to force my body upright, breaking through whatever paralysis had been holding me down. The moment I sat up, I let out this scream that came from somewhere deep in my chest, a sound I'd never made before, and hope never to make again. The mist vanished instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. I was sitting on our mattress in our normal, cold, dark bedroom, gasping for air and shaking from the adrenaline. My partner came running in, asking what was wrong, but I couldn't even begin to explain what had just happened. But the strangest incident The one that still gives me chills when I think about it happened about a week before we finally moved out of that house. I went to bed in our room at my normal time, around midnight. I remember lying down on our mattress, pulling the blanket over me and closing my eyes. The next thing I knew, I was waking up at 4 in the morning, lying on the floor in a completely different part of the house. I was in what my partner had told me was their grandmother's old room, a space we never used because it was filled with the previous tenants' furniture and personal belongings. The room was at the opposite end of the house from where our bedroom was, and I had no memory of getting up, walking there, or lying down on the floor. The disorientation was complete. For several seconds after I woke up, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. I was lying on my back on a hardwood floor, still wearing the same clothes I'd gone to sleep in, but feeling like I'd been unconscious for much longer than a few hours. When I finally got my bearings and made my way back to our bedroom, my partner was still asleep on our mattress, completely undisturbed. They hadn't heard me get up, hadn't noticed I was missing, had no idea that anything unusual had happened during the night. I never figured out how I'd ended up in that other room. I wasn't sleepwalking. I'd never done that before or since. And the distance between our bedroom and where I woke up would have required walking through several rooms and navigating around furniture in complete darkness. The most disturbing possibility was that I hadn't walked there at all, that something else had moved me while I was unconscious. But that was too terrifying to seriously consider, so I tried to convince myself it had been some kind of weird sleepwalking episode brought on by stress. We moved out of that house 2 weeks later, not because of the supernatural incidents, but because my partner's mother's drug use was getting worse, and the house was becoming a revolving door for other addicts looking for a place to get high. I couldn't handle living in that environment anymore, and my partner finally agreed we needed to find somewhere else. But even after we left, I continued having problems that I think were connected to our time in that house. I'd wake up with unexplained bruises or find myself in different rooms of whatever place we were living with no memory of how I'd gotten there. Sometimes I'd see those dark, smoke-like shapes moving in my peripheral vision, even in broad daylight. It took almost 2 years for these experiences to fade away completely, and I still don't know if what happened in that house was caused by the drug-related negativity that had soaked into the place, or if there was something else going on that was completely unrelated to the addiction issues. What I do know is that some houses hold on to the pain and darkness that occurs within their walls, and that darkness can affect everyone who lives there, even people who have nothing to do with whatever originally poisoned the space. I drive past that house sometimes when I'm in Tucson visiting friends, and it always looks exactly the same. Dingy, stucco walls, overgrown desert landscaping, windows that seem too dark even during the day. I wonder if whoever lives there now experiences the same things we did, or if the darkness has finally moved on to torment someone else somewhere else. But I never slow down when I drive past, and I never look too closely at those windows. Some places are better left in the past, even if they refuse to leave you completely alone. Story 15. I've lived in the South my whole life, and I thought I understood what people meant when they talked about old houses having character, but the house my wife and I bought 3 years ago in rural Georgia has the kind of character that watches you while you sleep and makes your dog refuse to go into certain parts of the property. I'm writing this because what happened last Saturday was the final straw, and I need to get it down before I start second-guessing what I saw with my own eyes. Our house sits on about 5 acres of what used to be farmland, probably built sometime in the 1920s. It's got that classic southern architecture with a wraparound porch and tall ceilings designed to keep the place cool during brutal summer months. When we bought it, the realtor mentioned it had been in the same family for generations, but they'd all moved away or passed on, and the last owner had been trying to sell it for years. The property came with this old barn that's maybe 100 yards behind the house. It's one of those traditional wooden structures with a gambrel roof and a loft area that previous owners probably used for storing hay or equipment. The barn's in decent shape structurally, but it has this feel to it that made me uncomfortable from day one. My wife loves the place. She grew up in apartments and condos, so having all this space and history appeals to her in a way I don't think she fully understands. She's always talking about the character of old houses, about how they have stories to tell and personality that new construction just can't match. Our daughter was 5 when we moved in, and she adapted to the place faster than either of us adults. Kids seem to just roll with whatever environment you put them in, and she was excited about having her own room and a big backyard to play in. But our dog never adjusted to the property. We have this German Shepherd mix who's usually pretty calm and well-behaved. He's not the type to bark at nothing or get worked up over random sounds. But from the moment we moved into this house, he started acting strange in ways that got progressively worse over time. He'd stand in our living room and bark furiously at empty corners, staring at spots where there was clearly nothing to see. When we'd tell him to stop or try to distract him with toys or treats, he'd ignore us completely, staying focused on whatever he thought he was seeing in those corners. The worst was his reaction to the barn. He absolutely refused to go anywhere near it. If we were outside and started walking in that direction, he'd plant his feet and pull backward on his leash, or just turn around and head back toward the house. If we tried to drag him closer to the barn, he'd start whining and shaking like he was terrified. At first, we thought maybe there was an animal living in the barn that was setting him off. A raccoon or possum or even a snake that he could smell, but we couldn't detect. I spent several afternoons going through that barn from top to bottom, looking for any signs of wildlife or anything else that might explain his behavior. I never found anything living in there, but I did start to understand why the dog was uncomfortable. The barn had this atmosphere that was hard to describe, like the air itself was thicker and more oppressive than it should be. Even during the day, with sunlight streaming through the windows, the interior felt shadowy and unwelcoming. The loft area was the worst. There's a ladder that goes up to what's basically an attic space under the peaked roof, with old wooden beams and rafters creating all sorts of dark corners and hiding spots. Every time I climbed up there, I'd get this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone, that something was watching me from the shadows between the beams. I never saw anything specific during those early explorations, but I always felt like I was intruding on something that didn't want me there. The feeling was strong enough that I'd usually cut my visit short and climb back down the ladder earlier than I'd planned. My wife thought I was being overly dramatic about the barn. She'd been in there a few times and said it felt like any other old building, a little musty and cobwebby, but nothing scary or supernatural. She suggested that maybe our dog's behavior and my uneasiness were feeding off each other, creating a cycle of anxiety that was making the whole situation worse than it actually was. But then she started experiencing things too. The first incident she told me about happened about 6 months after we'd moved in. She'd gone up to our daughter's room to check on her after bedtime, and when she walked in, the whole room was filled with this strange pink glow. Not pink like a nightlight or a lamp with a colored bulb. This was more like pink fog or mist that seemed to be emanating from the walls themselves. The glow was bright enough that she could see everything in the room clearly, but soft enough that it didn't seem to be coming from any particular light source. Our daughter was fast asleep in her bed, completely undisturbed by whatever was creating the glow. My wife stood in the doorway for maybe 30 seconds, trying to figure out what she was seeing and whether she should be worried about it. Then she did something that surprised even her. Instead of waking me up or trying to investigate further, she spoke directly to whatever was causing the phenomenon. She said, out loud, "You need to leave. This is my daughter's room, and you're not welcome here." The moment she finished speaking, the pink glow faded away completely, like someone had turned off a dimmer switch. The room returned to normal darkness, and the air felt lighter somehow, less oppressed. My wife came and woke me up immediately after this happened, and I could tell from her voice that she was genuinely shaken by the experience. This was the first time she'd encountered anything that couldn't be explained away as old house quirks or overactive imagination. But what really bothered her was how natural it had felt to speak directly to whatever was in the room, like some part of her had known exactly what to do without thinking about it. After that incident, my wife became much more aware of the strange atmosphere in our house. She started noticing the things I'd been experiencing, the feeling of being watched, the cold spots in certain rooms, the way our dog acted around specific areas of the property. We both agreed that we should pay closer attention to what was happening around us, but we also decided not to let it interfere with our daily lives. We had a mortgage and a child and jobs to worry about. We couldn't just pack up and move every time something weird happened in our old house. That decision worked fine for about 2 years. We'd occasionally notice strange things, shadows moving when they shouldn't, cold drafts in rooms with no open windows, our dog barking at empty spaces, but nothing dramatic enough to make us seriously consider leaving. But last Saturday, everything escalated in ways that I still can't fully process. It started in the late afternoon. I'd spent most of the day working on some repairs around the house, and around 4 o'clock I decided to go out to the barn to look for a tool I thought I'd left there earlier in the week. The barn felt different the moment I walked inside. The oppressive atmosphere I'd noticed before was stronger, more focused, like whatever created it was more active than usual. But I needed that tool, so I ignored my discomfort and started searching through the various boxes and shelves where I might have left it. I was up in the loft area, moving some old equipment around, when I heard footsteps on the wooden floor below me. Heavy, deliberate steps like someone wearing boots was walking around the main floor of the barn. I called out, assuming it was my wife coming to find me for something, but there was no response, just the continued sound of footsteps moving in a slow, methodical pattern around the barn. I climbed down the ladder to see who was there, but when I reached the main floor, the barn was empty. No sign that anyone had been inside, and no explanation for the footsteps I'd clearly heard just moments earlier. But that was just the beginning of what would turn out to be the strangest day I'd ever experienced in that house. I found my tool and headed back toward the house, but as I was crossing the yard, our dog started going absolutely crazy. He was barking and howling and running back and forth along the edge of our property, staring up at the barn's loft windows with this intense focus I'd never seen from him before. I looked up at the windows he was staring at, but I couldn't see anything unusual, just the dark openings in the barn's upper level, shadowy and empty as always. But our dog was clearly seeing something that had him more agitated than I'd ever witnessed. He kept barking and pointing his nose toward the loft, occasionally whimpering in a way that sounded almost like he was trying to communicate something specific. I went back into the barn to check the loft area again, thinking maybe there was an animal up there that I'd missed during my earlier search. I climbed the ladder and did a thorough examination of the entire space, looking in every corner and behind every beam. Nothing. The loft was completely empty, just as it had been 20 minutes earlier when I was looking for my tool. But as I was climbing back down the ladder, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. There were footprints in the dust on the loft floor that definitely hadn't been there before. Not my footprints. These were smaller and narrower, like they'd been made by someone wearing dress shoes rather than the work boots I had on. The prints formed a pattern around the loft, like someone had been walking in a deliberate circle near the windows that faced toward our house. I knew those prints hadn't been there earlier because I'd been moving around in that exact area and would have noticed them. Someone or something had been in the loft while I was down on the main floor, looking for whoever had been making the footstep sounds. That's when I started to feel genuinely scared rather than just uneasy. Whatever was happening in our barn wasn't just atmospheric weirdness or old building quirks. Something was actively moving around in there, leaving physical evidence of its presence. I got out of the barn as quickly as possible and went back to the house to tell my wife what I'd discovered. But before I could explain about the footprints, she told me something that made the whole situation even more disturbing. While I'd been out in the barn, she'd been in our kitchen preparing dinner when she'd seen a figure walk past the window that looks out toward the backyard. She'd assumed it was me coming back from the barn, so she'd gone to the back door to ask if I wanted something to drink. But when she opened the door, there was no one there. And from the back door she could see me clearly in the distance, still inside the barn, so whoever had walked past the kitchen window hadn't been me. The figure she'd seen had been tall and thin, wearing what looked like dark clothing, but moving in a way that seemed somehow off. Not walking normally, but with a kind of gliding motion that didn't look quite right. By this point, both my wife and I were seriously rattled. We'd been experiencing strange things individually for years, but this was the first time multiple incidents had happened in such a short period, and the first time we'd both witnessed things that couldn't be explained away as imagination or mistaken perception. But the day wasn't over yet. Around 8 o'clock that evening, after our daughter had gone to bed, I decided I needed to use the bathroom that's attached to the barn. It's just a small half bath that the previous owners had installed for convenience when they were working on the property. But it's the closest bathroom to our backyard, so I'd gotten in the habit of using it when I was doing outdoor projects. The bathroom has a mirror above the sink, nothing fancy, just a basic rectangular mirror that's probably been there for decades. But when I looked into it while I was washing my hands, I saw something that made me freeze in complete terror. Floating in the reflection, about 2 feet behind where I was standing, was a perfect red sphere. Not a ball or a balloon or any kind of physical object, but this glowing red orb that looked like it was made of liquid light. The color was so vivid and intense that it reminded me of fresh blood, but brighter and more luminous than any natural red I'd ever seen. The sphere was maybe 6 inches in diameter, floating at about chest height, rotating slowly in place. I spun around immediately to look behind me, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, the red sphere was still visible in the reflection, still rotating in the same spot where nothing existed in the actual bathroom. I tried moving to different positions in the bathroom, thinking maybe it was some kind of optical illusion or reflection from something outside. But no matter where I stood, the red sphere remained in the same location in the mirror, visible only in the reflection and completely absent from the real space behind me. I stared at this thing for maybe 2 minutes, trying to understand what I was seeing. The sphere seemed to pulse occasionally, getting slightly brighter and then returning to its normal intensity. Sometimes it would drift a few inches in one direction or another, but it always returned to the same general area behind where I was standing. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. 1 second it was there, rotating and pulsing in the mirror's reflection, and the next second the mirror showed only the normal empty bathroom behind me. I got out of that bathroom and that barn as fast as I could and went straight back to the house to tell my wife what I'd experienced. But by the time I found her in the living room, something even stranger was happening. Our dog was standing in the middle of the room, barking at the ceiling with the same intensity he usually reserved for the empty corners that seemed to attract his attention. But this time, he wasn't just barking randomly. He was focused on a specific spot directly above our heads, and his barks had an urgency that sounded almost like warning signals. My wife and I both looked up at the ceiling, but we couldn't see anything unusual. Just the normal white plaster ceiling with a light fixture in the center. But our dog was clearly seeing or sensing something up there that had him extremely agitated. That's when my wife grabbed my arm and pointed toward the corner of the room near our front windows. There was a dark shape moving along the wall, about 7 feet off the ground, flowing like liquid shadow, but maintaining a roughly human outline. The shape moved smoothly from one corner toward another, seeming to glide just below the ceiling line. As soon as I turned on the overhead light, the shadow shape disappeared immediately, like it had been burned away by the illumination. But our dog continued barking at the ceiling for another few minutes, gradually calming down as whatever he'd been sensing apparently moved away or faded. My wife and I sat up most of that night, talking about everything that had happened over the past few hours and trying to make sense of the escalating activity in our house. We'd gone from occasional weird incidents to multiple supernatural encounters in a single day, and we didn't know what that meant or what we should do about it. But the most disturbing realization was that whatever was sharing our property with us seemed to be getting bolder and more active. The incidents were becoming more frequent and more dramatic, like something was gaining strength or confidence. The next morning, Sunday, everything was back to normal. No strange sounds, no mysterious figures, no floating orbs in mirrors. Our dog was calm and acting like his usual self. The barn felt like just an old building again, musty and cobwebby, but not actively threatening. But I know what I saw and experienced that Saturday. The footprints in the dust, the red sphere in the mirror, the shadow figure moving along our living room wall. All of it was completely real and completely impossible to explain using normal logic. My wife and I have talked about moving, but we're not sure that running away is the right answer. Whatever is in our house and on our property doesn't seem malicious exactly. It's more like it's coexisting with us, occupying the same space, but existing in some slightly different dimension that occasionally overlaps with ours. The pink glow in our daughter's room was the only time we felt like we needed to take direct action, and when my wife spoke to whatever was causing it, the response was immediate and respectful. Maybe whatever shares our home with us understands boundaries and can be reasoned with. But I still avoid the barn loft whenever possible, and I never use that bathroom alone after dark. Some coexistence requires maintaining a respectful distance, and I think I've learned where those boundaries are. Our dog has gone back to his normal routine of barking at empty corners occasionally, but not with the same intensity as that Saturday. It's like he's settled into a pattern of monitoring whatever is around us without being constantly alarmed by it. I don't know if we'll stay in this house forever, or if the activity will continue to escalate until we have no choice but to leave. But for now, we've found a way to live with whatever calls this place home, and it seems to have found a way to live with us. Sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed, I can feel something watching us from the direction of the barn. Not threatening, just aware, keeping track of who's on the property and what we're doing, and I have to admit, there's something comforting about knowing we're not alone out here, even if our companions aren't entirely human. In a strange way, I think they're protecting the place as much as inhabiting it, but I'll never forget that red sphere rotating in the mirror, or the shadow figure flowing along our living room wall. Some things you witness change your understanding of what's possible in the world, and last Saturday was definitely one of those days for me.